We have concluded our business in closed session, and at this time, I would entertain a motion to come out of closed session. A motion by Commissioner Hall to come out of closed session. Is there a second? Second by Tommy Vonville. Any further discussion? All those in favor of returning back to open session out of closed session, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We're now back into open session and no further business to be handled. I consider the committee meeting to be adjourned. We'll call committee day meeting to order. And at this time, we'll have the Habitat Non-Game Endangered Species Committee. In the absence of the chair and vice chair, it appears we do have a quorum. Commissioner Davis is going to chair the Habitat Non-Game Endangered Species Committee, and I'll turn the floor over to Chairman Davis.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our Habitat Non-Game Endangered Species Committee. Committee Chair Mark Craig. Committee Vice Chair Landon Zimmer. Committee Member Brad Stanback.
Here.
Committee Member Kelly Davis.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Committee Member John Alexander. Madam Chair, Hayden Rogers is here. He just missed a step out of the room. Once he's back, we will have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Davis, and good morning, members of the Hinges Committee. This morning, Rachel Hoke and I are going to give y'all some background and updates on species conservation plans, proposals to the endangered and threatened species list, and some technical corrections to species on the list. I'm going to start with the conservation plans. And just as a reminder, this is in Chapter 113, Article 25, which is endangered and threatened wildlife and wildlife species of special concern. And within this, in 333B, it does outline that the commission should expeditiously as possible develop conservation plan for the recovery of protected wild animal species, and that these plans should consider conservation protection and management measures, causes of decline, and measures to take to restore the species. Also in 333, it outlines that the commission will send these out for public review and comment when we did that for 30 days. And so the two plans that I'm going to go over today are those that y'all approved for public comment earlier. And the first one is the bog turtle plan, and y'all got a copy of these a couple weeks ago. This one did receive some responses, 10 total responses, and 3 provided comments. These are all comments in support of the plan. There were a couple minor edits suggested that we incorporated, but overall, there's no significant change to the plan that you all had seen previously. In the copy y'all got a couple weeks ago is the final plan for you all. The second one is the Southern Hognose Snake Plan. This one received 10 responses from the public. And it received 7 comments. Again, these comments were in support of the plan, and they also included some suggested edits that were incorporated as appropriate. But overall, there is no significant change to the conservation plan. So these 2 plans are exhibits M1 and M2 in the package for tomorrow's meeting. And so tomorrow, the commission will vote on these plans to approve them or not. Are there any questions about these plans?
Yeah, I got a question. So you've got all these areas of support and these comments. So how do you put those plans in place? I mean, do you start acquiring land? I mean, that's a great plan, but what do you do?
Mm-hmm. Right. So we outline the actions that we plan to take. Some of those are already underway. So that helps inform identification of properties to consider for purchase or conservation easements. We work with a lot of private landowners in the WCLP program for land management. And we work with our game lands. So there's already a lot of action underway supporting this. And these are also tied to our wildlife action plan, which is again under review. And we'll tie these to our game land management plans. So there's a lot of actions identified in here that are underway, but also that we plan to undertake.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. I want to note also that there are a couple other plans from my group that you'll see relatively soon. And that's a plan for the sea turtles and the Virginia big-eared bat. And those are in internal review right now. After internal review, they go to review by our advisory committee, which is NWAC, the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee, and then will be sent out to you all before your December meeting. And in Rachel's group, Aquatic Wildlife Diversity, there are also plans that you will likely see for the December meeting. And those are the Appalachian elk toe, yellow lamp mussel, Cape Fear shiner, and orange fin madcon. Spit that one out correctly. And so all these plans are underway in an internal review. So we plan to have those available to you before your December meeting. Okay. I'm going to move on to our next topic, which are proposed changes to the protected animal list. Again, this is described under Article 25. The state listing process has all of the details in Chapter 113. Under 334, it describes that the advisory committee will consider petitions or proposals to it from scientific councils on species to consider. And again, the advisory committee is NWAC, the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee. And the scientific councils that were active this time are the Scientific Council on Birds and Scientific Council on Freshwater Mollusks. So they advanced proposals for consideration for the listing process. They were approved by the advisory committee. So after that, they're given to WRC staff. And we go through a state listing process with these species that's quite detailed and takes a lot of time to go through to make these decisions. So the staff evaluate 6 factors that may affect the species status. And these are outlined in the summary sheets that you all received a week or so ago on the species that we're considering today. And factors 2, 3, 4, and 6 are evaluated through the North Carolina Species Assessment Tool. And the assessment tool is an objective method. It reflects approximate extinction or extirpation risk, is consistent with state law. It recommends a conservation status, and the information requirements can be collected by existing staff and our resources. The species assessment tool is based on IUCN, or International Union of Conservation Nature, in their protocol. However, it's been modified to be more at our state level. And the species assessment tool uses an evidentiary approach, meaning there must be strong evidence or robust data to support a listing status. In this table, in addition to being quite complex, is a summary of the criteria that are used to determine the recommended status. So our staff use all available data on species that are being reviewed and examine these 5 different categories. And so category A examines population reduction or change in percentage population. B is geographic range and some modifications or declines within that. C, population size, so the number of individual adults, et cetera. And D is very small or isolated population considerations. And E is a quantitative population analysis, trying to estimate the probability of extinction risk. So we run our data through these factors. We don't always have adequate data to fully examine all of these criteria, so you may see data deficient under some of these. Within a category, we use the least imperiled category coming out of it within one of these. But among these in the table, the one that's most imperiled after the analysis is the one that's suggested by the tool. So again, a very data heavy process. wanted to outline the geographic range because often this is the one where we have most data. And also during this last go round, a couple of our staff, Scott Anderson, he's here, and John Levitt of our LAWA, our Land and Water Access GIS team, put together an ArcGIS tool to better automate the assessment of these criteria within criterion B. So extent of occurrence, area of occurrence, and the location data. So it helped us better analyze the data we had. So it's really helpful. So the considerations of these proposals is that they are recommendations, and the commission, you all have full discretion to act or not act on a proposal, and you could choose a different status than the ones proposed. So we just wanted to keep that in mind. I'm going to go over the bird species that were proposed for review. There are 6 species. And then after I'm finished, I'll hand it over to Rachel, who will go over the freshwater mollusks that were reviewed. The first species that we reviewed is the Bewick's wren. It's widespread and common in Western United States. Historically, it was present in Western North Carolina. Currently, its status in North Carolina is state endangered. But the proposed status from NWAC, or the advisory committee, and WRC staff is not listed or to delist it. And I'll give y'all some of the background. There have been no breeding records of the Bewick's wren in North Carolina since the 1980s. And the last recorded occurrence is in 1994. And this map shows some of these occurrence locations. But again, the last recorded occurrence is in 1994. So the IUCN guidelines suggest that a status can be lowered if none of these categories that I showed earlier have been met for 5 years or more. So running the species assessment tool on this species came up with data deficient for all these categories. Again, because it hasn't been detected here in many years. So the final outcome is no listing or to delist this species in North Carolina. Okay. The next species we covered is a black skimmer. This is a species that nests on our barrier island beaches and dredge material islands within our coastal region of North Carolina. Its current status is special concern. The proposed status by our advisory committee and staff is threatened. I'll give some background. This species has experienced 50% decline in number of nesting sites used in North Carolina since 2017. So in recent years, there's been a decline in the geographic range. Also, 46% decline in number of nests in North Carolina since 2017. So that indicates a decline in abundance. And only 32% of the overall goal for the species, which is 1,000 nests. And that goal comes from SAMBI, or the South Atlantic Migratory Bird Initiative, which is an initiative of all these, it nests all along the Atlantic coast. So they're trying to work on this at a wide scale. Running these data through the species assessment tool came out with the status of threatened in 3 of the categories. So that's the recommended status for this species. Okay. The next species we examine is the common nighthawk. This one, in the data we had available, indicates or suggests the area of occupancy may be declining. And that over the past 3 decades, detection during the breeding season seems to have declined by 0.72% per year. Currently is not listed on the state list. And the proposed status from the advisory committee was special concern. But the WRC staff recommendation is not listed, and I'll explain this difference. There have been some declines where it has been detected in its range, and these points on the map are from BBS routes, or breeding bird survey routes, and also occurrences from eBird. So this is the data we had. The breeding season abundance seems to be limited to core areas in the sandhills and coastal plains, which would suggest a range constriction. But when we ran these data, all the data we had available for the species through our assessment tool, it came out with a not listed status. So the difference between our recommendation and that of the Scientific Council or NWAC was that they were wanting it to be considered special concern because the data suggested that it is declining. But when we ran it through the quantitative analysis, the data were not strong or robust enough to come out with that decision. So our staff wanted to keep it not listed. But I want to also let you know that through our North Carolina Bird Atlas, which is in its 3rd year, it's a 5-year program, we'll have much better data at the end of that process, and we'll be able to examine this closely again. Secondly, within the Atlantic Flyway, the Atlantic Flyway Council non-game migratory technical section, I wonder if I can spit that out. I'm on the Landberg committee for that section. And within that Landberg committee, we have a project underway to develop a quantitative sampling method for night jars, including the nighthawk across our Atlantic Flyway. And we're also proposing an insect study, which would help us understand why these changes may be occurring. So again, in the next time we go through the bird taxa, we'll have much better data and we can come back and say whether this is truly should be on our list or not. Yes.
Go ahead, Steve.
May I ask?
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. What would be the harm? I understand about the data and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But if you put it as I think you said special
Special
concern,
concern. Mhm.
why not put it as a special concern until you get all your data back, then make your find?
Mhm.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. So through our listing process, we want to be very quantitative and sure, using robust data and the evidence available to actually say it's on the list or not. And we do have the opportunity to have this as a species of greatest conservation needs, so SGCN. And so during our wildlife action plan assessment, the bird taxa group is reviewing these species as well. So it's likely a species of greatest conservation need, meaning we'll give it attention during the wildlife action plan process. So the not listing it just makes us stay with that quantitative evaluation for adding anything to our list. However, it's still getting attention through our wildlife action plan and the Atlantic Flyway Council work. So it's not losing attention by doing this. It's also protected through the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So it's getting protection. But before we put it on the list, we want to have robust data. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. David.
Don't they commonly nest on flat industrial roofs that are old-fashioned tar and gravel version?
They've been detected on some of those rooftops, especially in the coastal region.
And a lot of those are being replaced with membrane roofs now, which I assume are
Right.
not
Yeah.
any good at all. for that.
Right. Yeah. So there's other species that nest on those roofs, like least terns, even some skimmers. They're losing that, even artificial habitat. So it's starting to get constrained. Yeah.
Sarah,
Yes,
my question piggybacks on Commissioner Wyndham's there.
okay.
Is it safe to me assume that because of the additional attention between consideration of listing between non-listed and greatest concern, that it has no practical effect because you can do the continued monitoring?
Exactly.
That's a fair assessment.
That's
That
exactly.
it's not having
correct.
practical effect, it's just a nomenclature.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And you all have the opportunity to come back at any time you want us to run this again. So if y'all want us to run this in 2 years or 3 years, just let us know when we will, when we have more data. Yeah.
There is. Oh,
Yeah.
when might we have more data to look at it again?
The atlas should be done in 5 and then take us a while probably.
Mhm. Yeah. Right. And as far as a review of species groups, the taxes, we take 2 at a time. And so this will come back to birds in about 6 years. So if you want us to come back sooner than that, we can with the bird atlas data. Mhm. Yes.
So this is just a curiosity question. where did they nest before they were nesting on these roofs? Because these buildings weren't there
Mhm.
a couple hundred years ago. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
is that a big deal?
They are ground nesters and they tend to nest in relatively open, like open areas, not meadows or anything like that. There's some, gravelly areas and loss of habitat due to our activities probably. But what we can do in our investigation and through our game lands, we can figure out what we can do to protect those lands better. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, well, thank you for this. Next species is the king rail, and it nests in freshwater marshes. It's experienced some range contraction because of loss of inland marshes. So now it's mostly in our coastal region. Its current status is not listed. And the advisory committee suggested a listing of special concern, but WRC staff have resulted in a not listed. So we'll go through some of these details. So the map here shows where it's been detected most recently, and you can see that the detections are more in our coastal region. And that moves it closer to the clapper rail, which is a saltwater and brackish water nesting species. And so there has been hybridization between the clapper rail and king rail, which affects its population abundance. So in criterion A, that has been the special concern status. Coastal marsh habitat in general, it has been threatened by saltwater intrusion, inundation, and fragmentation. So it does have a habitat component threat. So running these data through our species assessment tool did come out through criterion A with a special concern status recommendation. And this is one that is tied up in its other status of a migratory game bird. So the king rail is a migratory game bird, and according to current interpretation of our general statute 113.129, which defines migratory game birds and other wild birds, we cannot put it or add it to our list. Okay, so that is that is the reason we've said not listed at this time. But another caveat with this one, I'm working with our migratory game bird biologist, Doug Howell, in our technical sections in the flyway to examine what we can do for the king rail and how we can get better data on the king rail. We can add to the HIP survey data and get more information from hunters. And so that will help us assess the king rail and some of our management options for it. It occurs in freshwater marshes in the coastal region where the black rail also occurs. And we're already doing some marsh management and conservation. So hopefully some of these management efforts will also benefit the king rail and help that population. Any comments? Clapper rail is doing fine. It's quite abundant. Yeah.
Cross with clappers, so it would be a real, it's a game bird also, it would be a law enforcement difficulty to have a protection of, well, if you had hybrids out there.
Mhm.
I think it speaks to the greatest conservation.
Mhm. Right. Yeah. I'm pretty sure SGCN would be very helpful for this species. Okay. Any other questions on king rail? Okay. Next species we examine is a rusty blackbird. This is a migratory passerine species. It breeds in the boreal forests of New England, Canada, and Alaska, and it migrates down to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia during the winter in the eastern region. Currently, it's not listed. The proposed status by our advisory committee is special concern, and the proposed status for staff is threatened. I'll give you some background. So range-wide, the rusty blackbird population has been declining by more than 5% per year over the last few decades. It's been a great concern. 80% of its wintering habitat has been lost to agriculture and other land use changes. And you can see these circles on the map are Christmas bird count circles. The Christmas bird count is a consistent survey method that's been going on for decades. So it provides consistent data over time to examine a population change. The other spots on the map are from eBird detections. Okay, so we use the Christmas bird count data in our analyses. And the results of the species assessment tool suggested a threatened status would be recommended. And we want to stay with this threatened category to give it further attention. The NWAC or advisory committee wanted to make a regional correction to special concern because of its wintering status. However, in the tool, there's not a correction relative to wintering status only. So we stayed with threatened status for this species, and that's why there's that difference. Further, our commission manages many wintering only species, including ducks, swans, geese, and we provide conservation support to wintering golden-winged warblers, cerulean warblers, piping plovers, and other species. So we feel confident that we can continue our conservation efforts in this wintering only species. Any questions on the rusty blackbird? Okay. Okay, the last species we evaluated is the swallowtail kite. This species was present in North Carolina historically, but it was extirpated. The first time we detected it nesting in North Carolina recently was 2013 during some aerial surveys. And since 2013, 4 to 5 additional nesting pairs have been detected in our southeastern coastal region. Its current status is not listed. And the advisory committee suggestion is special concern, and our staff recommendation is special concern as well. This originally occurred in 21 states, but now occurs in 8 states. So these southeastern states. It's been nesting consistently in North Carolina since 2013. So it appears that these birds are immigrating to North Carolina. Using our data through the species assessment tool, the results recommend a threatened status. But within this tool, there is a regional correction that can be applied to species that appear to be immigrating to a state. And in this case, we do detect these birds immigrating and increasing the number of nesting pairs. So we recommend a special concern status for the swallowtail kite. Okay, so if there are any questions on the birds, and if not, I'll move them over to Rachel and the freshwater mollusks. Yes, there is one question.
So, remind us what special concern really means. What are the restrictions and can I build a saltwater dock on something or can't? I mean, how does that affect?
Yeah, for these species, any of the state listing statuses don't affect what a private landowner can do on their property. And that's in statute, that chapter 113. But it does alert us and provide attention to the species so that we can increase our management effort or focus on these species. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Rachel. I'll move the box.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, commissioners. So I'm going to cover our freshwater mollusks that were considered for the state listing protocol. Luckily for us, there's only one. And that was the pink keel splitter. So this is a wide-ranging species that's found throughout the interior river basins, the Mississippi and the St. Lawrence River systems. It currently extends from North Carolina over to Arkansas, up to Pennsylvania, and even extends into Canada. In North Carolina, it's only found in one location in the French Broad River in Madison County, and its current status is not listed, and its proposed status from both NWAC and the WRC is special concern. So dialing a little bit more into the species here in North Carolina and its history, it has a very small extent of occurrence, only about 89 square kilometers. It was first detected in 2002 by someone fishing near the state line. They got a live individual. Subsequent surveys did not detect additional live individuals that year. In 2002 and 2010, WRC staff did detect a shell near the state line as well with Tennessee, but no live individuals. It wasn't until 2018 that our staff started detecting live individuals in surveys. These green dots represent the locations of those live individuals. And we can see that there's been an upstream movement of this species since we've detected it in 2018. So we think there's been recent expansion, and in addition to that, the population can only expand so far. It is hindered by the Redmond Dam. There's a red circle down there by the Marshall in the bottom your right-hand corner of the map. And it's also dependent on the freshwater drum as its only known host fish. The black dots on this map represent the freshwater drum locations. And so you may remember we brought forward a request to reintroduce freshwater drum earlier this year to assist this species in its expansion back into its presumed historical range in North Carolina. So it has a small range and it is restricted to basically that upper extent where the dam is. The results of the NCSAT, because the species has only had live detections really since 2018, we were not able to look at population trend data. So we became data deficient in most of the criteria. In the B criteria, you can see that it does rank as endangered because of this small range size in North Carolina. But again, we had to have population level trend data, so we were data deficient in B. However, under the D criteria, which Sarah highlighted earlier, there is small or restricted populations. And since this is restricted to one population in North Carolina with a very small range, it does come out with a recommendation of special concern. And for this reason, both NWAC and the WRC are recommending special concern. Under special concern, we can continue to monitor this species and see what its range is going to do in North Carolina. Are there any questions about pink keel splitter? Okay, moving forward. So this is a summary sheet of all of the species that were presented today, summarizing the current status, the NWAC proposed status, and the WRC proposed status. At this time, we recommend moving forward with the WRC proposed status for the Rules Committee in August. Yeah, yeah, that's up to you guys.
Just because I love showing my ignorance. The not listed for the black wren, for example, that's endangered, and then the not listed for some of these other birds which are around in larger numbers. What does not listed mean exactly?
I'm gonna let Sarah take that one because it's birds.
Yeah, so as far as the listing status, it means that it just simply means we don't add it to the state list.
Right, I got that, but why would you have like the wren we haven't seen a nesting in what, 7, 8 years, I think you said, not listed.
It's being
It's
taken off the
removing
list,
it. from the
Right.
list,
considered
yeah.
gone.
But then you have some that we still have here that you're considering not listed because there are plenty of them. So it's either not here or there are plenty of them
Exactly.
for the two classifications for not listed.
Right, the reasons for not listing, I don't know if y'all can hear me as well. The reasons for not listing are listed here, but
What
with
is this type?
technical corrections, yeah, okay. But we also don't have enough data to support the listing, or the data are not strong enough, because like you said, the species still occurs here, but we need more investigation. We just don't want to add species or keep species on the list that don't meet the criteria for being on our species list.
So once
Yeah.
a species becomes extinct in North Carolina, for example, it's not listed anymore.
Exactly, yes, it's
It
removed.
may be
from the
listed that
list.
it exists somewhere in North Carolina in some
Yes.
capacity. Okay,
Yeah, that's
thank you.
correct. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and so I fast forward to technical corrections, which is next, but number
Sorry.
4, no, you're fine. Number 4 is that if it's not found in North Carolina.
Should've
And
waited.
so, you know, we did want, I'm speaking for Sarah, but as a team, we did want to evaluate the data for the species to make sure that we are confident that it warrants not being found in North Carolina before removing it from the list.
Is there ever any consideration when you have a species that was once here that now we determine is extinct, but elsewhere in the country, perhaps not extinct in other places? Is there ever a plan put together, maybe we want to reintroduce? And is that a follow-up to?
Well, especially for aquatics.
Okay.
So there are lots of cases where we have museum records and the species is still extant throughout its historical range. That may not include North Carolina, but that we might want to have changes in the habitat where threats have been remediated that would warrant reintroduction of that species back into North Carolina.
Cougars and wolves, for instance.
Cougars are okay.
Okay, so is there any additional discussion? I think. Are we good?
For moving this to the business meeting. Staff recommendation.
Yes. I'll vote
Yeah.
whichever way you tell me.
We're good.
Okay, wonderful. So this will move forward to the Rules Committee in August.
We appreciate the expertise. And the exhaustive process to do this. It's not willy-nilly, is it?
But we appreciate the advice here as well. So on to technical corrections. Because we maintain a protected animals list, we also need to make sure that that list is updated from time to time and maintained. And so you have seen this slide before, but this is some of the reasons why we make technical corrections to the protected animal list. We are required to match the federal status. So if the federal status of a species changes, we need to match that. If a species, we've mentioned this earlier, becomes a game or fur-bearing species, or it's not found in inland waters, it would need to be removed from the list. We would need to apply a technical correction for that. If it's no longer considered native to North Carolina, it would need to be removed from the list. If it's not found in North Carolina, it would need to be updated. And then biologists and taxonomic and taxa experts often are learning more about these species as we presented here. And so oftentimes species are split, they're combined, and they become a not valid species for that reason, or we have additional species, or there are name changes, both scientific and common name changes. And we want to make sure we update that list so that we're consistent with the scientific community. Yes.
Rachel, this may be more for Sarah, but do we ever have species that, I mean, I see we're losing some species. Do we ever have some that all of a sudden just show up, have never been here before, that we need to deal with?
Yes, well, the pink heel splitter is an example of that, where it's presumed that it occurred in North Carolina based on its expansive range. There's actually limited museum records for that species. So, expert opinion is that it likely was here, but we don't have the records for it. And then in 2002, we see this species now immigrating into North Carolina and expanding back. And then Sarah mentioned one of the bird species, the swallow-tailed kite, that is coming into North Carolina.
Right, well,
Yes, and the wood stork is an example of an expansion and a new species to North Carolina.
thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah, what about the Mississippi kite?
Mississippi kite is doing well.
But it's expanding its range in North Carolina as well, right? And it's been doing it for several years.
Right, yeah, it's doing well.
So under the federal status changes, there were
Yeah.
three, the long solid, the northern long-eared bat, and the West Indian manatee. So these are some uplistings and downlistings that we are going to match the federal status.
Are you familiar with this?
Then we have several scientific name changes. A lot of these are being driven by freshwater mussels being put into new genera, as well as some of the fish. And so you can see some of the genus level changes that are occurring in these scientific names. And same with this slide, again, a continuation of a lot of mussels and fish. And then the last slide here is common name changes, and we have 4. And we are doing this to match the professional society recommendations as well as the expert data that's being driven. And with that, that concludes my portion. If there's no additional discussion on this, I can turn it over to Shannon Deaton for the Quay Awards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Shannon Deaton with the Habitat Conservation Division, and many of you have been through this annual cycle before, so this is not new to you, but there are several in the room that may not know as much about the award, so I'm going to go through it a little bit. And I'm hopeful that there are notebooks on the table that have the nomination materials. If anyone was unable to look at materials online, you have an opportunity to look at the notebooks through today as well. So you should have received an email on July 7th regarding the 2003 Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award nominees and selection process. This is an award that is given annually by the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission since 2006 and has recognized an individual or an organization for outstanding contributions to wildlife diversity conservation within North Carolina for the last 17 years. And nominations were accepted from January 1 through February 28. We received 5 nominations for review. You recall that within the email, there was included 3 attachments in my second email after the links didn't work initially. However, we have resolved the internet if you want to look at that later. But it included the process, the review criteria, and what we are asking for you to consider for selection. And just to point out a few things for the review process and selection, this award was created to recognize those who are considered leaders in wildlife conservation. And the recipient selection should be those whose actions significantly and positively impact North Carolina's wildlife diversity or non-game resources, recognizes achievements in wildlife diversity by volunteers or professionals over a long period of time, and includes conservation of non-game fish, wildlife, or their habitats, and focus on single species or a biological community. And if you're not aware, these nominees first went to the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee for consideration. They were asked to select the top 3 nominees, receiving them, and those that received the most votes are the ones that have been forwarded to you today. They considered that at their March business meeting, and those top 3 nominees were considered by staff, evaluated, and discussed with the executive director. So you today have been forwarded those top 3 nominees and are being asked to consider one of those nominees for selection and evaluation for a vote at the August commission meeting. So staff requests your consideration of these 3 nominees and a vote by the Hengies Committee to recommend a 2003 Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity recipient for full commission consideration at their August business meeting. So I'm asking for you to be able to cast your vote, share those on a ballot, verbally, email by the end of today, so that we will be able to compile that and consider it for the August and prepare it for the commission meeting in August. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, hopefully, and I'm sorry, I apologize for the complications with the internet, but hopefully you all have access to the notebook today. So, all right, thank you.
That finishes up the agenda. Are there any additional topics from the committee members or others? If not, meeting's adjourned.
Yeah.
Why are you making fun of me?
Ronnie likes that.
Margot.
Points.
I can't find my pull rope.
Didn't like that.
What is it?
Didn't like it at all. Here go, yeah. So I had to get, obviously, I had, like, I was on the April agenda.
They are all the same, it's different colors, it's just different colors. You want my glasses? They're different. Yeah. History is next, I think, right?
licensing requirement on the Yakin PD River, the dudes doing them, that's trap and truck. Right now, that's the first portion of it to get above Blue Falls.
Yes, sir.
Then what, how many years before they have to get them above Tilly? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I do not remember off the top of my head. I don't remember.
Okay, we'll check on it later.
Yeah, I can get that.
But the trap and truck starts this fall or next spring?
Well, they were gonna start, it'll be in the spring, and they were gonna start spring of 2024, but they postponed that now to 2025 is what I.
Oh, there's damn work they're doing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it will be trap and transport, and there's also a resource committee that's involved. So while there are standard deadlines, the resource committee also advises as to where we think we are in the process. Okay, so moving to crappie, we have one crappie proposal. Remove the daily creel limit of 20 fish and a minimum size limit of 8 inches from Lake Ramsor. For muskie, we have one proposal, Pleasant Grove floodplain sloughs, which is very similar to what we proposed several years ago for Mud Creek. These are areas we anticipate that there might be spawning activity. And so we would prohibit fishing from March 1st through May 31st in that slough on the French Broad River. And we would mark that with on river signage.
That a new reconstructed slough?
It is. Yeah, there's a lot of work going on there, and standing up here, I just lost who the partner is, but that's a partner that basically created that floodplain connectivity. For flounder, we would reduce the daily creel limit for flounder from 4 fish to 1 fish. That's to continue to match the ongoing management for flounder. The 15-inch minimum size limit and our current season in inland waters for September 1 through September 14th will remain. And then the final two proposals deal with joint fishing orders. This is something that I've presented a couple of different times to this committee and to the committee of the whole. And we had these proposals ready in the queue at one point. And because of ongoing negotiations with Marine Fisheries Commission, we pulled back, but we feel like this is a time that we need to move back forward with these proposals to clarify for the angling public in terms of what can and can't be done. So the first proposal would reaffirm the authority of the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission over species that are designated as inland game fish in all public fishing waters, which would include joint fishing waters. And as part of that, we would clarify their size and creel limits. In addition, it would specify, as with all regulations with game fish, that they can only be taken by hook and line. If they are harvested incidental to a commercial fishing operation, they would have to be immediately returned to the water, and that you can't basically alter their appearance because they have a size and a creel limit. And then, yes, sir.
So you're telling me if we stop a boat, a commercial boat, and he's got fish in his thing that he hadn't returned to the water, is he in violation?
Yes, sir. If it's one of our game fish, like largemouth bass or sunfish, yes, sir. If there are those, crappie is another example of inland game fish that are game fish no matter where they're caught. You know, if you catch them all the way down at the inlet, you know, they would be under our authority.
Well, what's the chances of us checking a boat like that?
Typically I shouldn't speak to that, but I don't think we're checking commercial operations, but.
Why do we have that in the thing if we can't verify? That's my question. Why do we have in here, they must immediately return the fish to the water if we're not checking on that?
So, and Major may comment on this too, but we do have inspection authority on vessels for equipment. And so from time to time, when we do that, not that we're out just inspecting commercial fishing operations. but
Understand that.
we occasionally or a lot inspect vessels. And this can come up in the inspection of the vessels, whatever they're doing, they're just navigating at that point, not their fishing operations, if
Right.
you will. And we may come across this at that time. So that will be one instance of where our wildlife officers may come across this.
Thank you, sir.
So we have the authority to do it. We just probably don't do it a whole lot.
We have it, we do have the authority to inspect vessels, yes.
And I will say there have been examples in the distant past that I'm aware of where, we have had reports of commercial fishermen illegally harvesting, and then our enforcement have clearly investigated and followed up on that. And we've got examples of that for sure.
Thank you, sir.
The second one deals with basically all other fish that wouldn't be one of those game fish species. And it would again reaffirm the authority of the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission over all other fish taken by hook and line in joint fishing waters. And as part of that, it would clarify the size and creel limit, seasons, and restrictions on which species can be sold. And we would also, once again, if it has a size and a creel limit, the appearance could not be altered. But basically this would, in my opinion, fill the gap or the loophole in fishing in joint waters with hook and line. And those are the proposals we have.
Anybody have any questions? I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Farmer Lake, you're setting the minimum length at 16 inches for striped bass,
Yes, sir.
and the general state minimum length is 20. So
Yes,
why
sir.
the lower limit there?
So for those systems where we are stocking hybrid striped bass, the growth potential of those hybrid striped bass aren't as good as a striped bass. So typically a 16-inch minimum is what we've done statewide for those hybrid striped bass systems. And the 20-inch is really just a catch-all in the event that someone were to catch a fish in one of these systems that aren't specifically being managed for either striped bass or hybrid striped bass.
Do they have striped bass in that lake?
Not in Lake Farm. Yes, sir.
Give me an example of another fish called hook and line. It's not a game fish.
Yeah, it would be channel catfish, blue catfish, flathead catfish, bowfin. Also in the case of joint waters, things like spotted sea trout in joint waters would be a fish caught by hook and line, but would legally not be a game fish, even though it is a game fish in inland waters. Flounder would be another example. Red drum. Yeah, there's a laundry list there.
They're game. I got it.
Any other questions about proposed regulations? Thank you, Christian.
Yep.
David Deaton's going to give us a prediction facility summary presentation.
So while they're getting up and getting it set, I will say very quickly, so many of you, I think, know David Deaton. He is our production supervisor. He oversees the 7 production facilities that you'll be talking about here shortly. He's located up at the Marion regional office. Specifically about his presentation, I did miss a slide. I just saw that. So yeah, let me jump to this one real quick. Sorry, I apologize. I knew I was going to do this. I sat right there and said, "Don't do this." I got up here and did it. So we do have one proposal that we brought forward that we are not recommending go forward any further. This would basically address or remove the joint rule, which again is with Marine Fisheries Commission, that no more than 10 American shad or hickory shad in aggregate from joint fishing waters. And what we're doing there is that is inconsistent with how we are currently managing. That is inconsistent with how we currently have our shad sustainability plan. We have river specific restrictions that need to be implemented. This needs to happen. The problem is that this is a joint rule that would require Marine Fisheries Commission action that complements your action. And at this point, there has not been any interest in them taking action. We are working on that. That is a topic of ongoing discussion because it actually puts us out of compliance with the United States Marine Fisheries Commission is what it actually technically does. But since we can't do anything unilaterally, we're not proposing to go forward in this cycle with this rule.
Yeah.
So back to that. So I introduced David Deaton. What I will say is, as part of his presentation, you're going to see technically 3 videos, but there are actually 7 individual videos. Those videos have been put together with Chris Douglas from Carolina All Out. They'll be on our website and we'll use them for other promotional activities. But I just want to let you know that he'll be presenting those. So there may be a little bit of times we're flipping back and forth between presentation and video, but hopefully you'll enjoy the videos. We think they're really well done.
They're probably better in my presentation.
I didn't say that.
You want us on full screen? Yeah. Have an idea.
She's clicked so many buttons now, probably don't know.
Bet you she doesn't mess it up.
This may get a little clunky, but I promise the pictures and the videos are really good. All right. Good morning, commissioners. I appreciate y'all letting me come and talk about something I'm pretty passionate about, and that's our fish hatcheries. As you can see, it's the backbone of the Inland Fisheries Division. So we'll start off. So this is just a map showing kind of the locations of where the facilities are. Setzer Hatchery, it's in Transylvania County. The Big Diamond is not because it's overly important there, but it's because we have 3 facilities that are really close together. The Marion Fish Hatchery and Fish Technology Center, the Conservation Aquaculture Center, which are literally side by side. The Armstrong State Fish Hatchery and then the Table Rock State Fish Hatchery, which Marion and Armstrong in the CAC are McDowell County, Table Rock's in Burke County. Then we've got the McKinney Lake State Fish Hatchery down near Rockingham, and then the Watha State Fish Hatchery in Pender County. And we'll talk more about each one of these facilities and show you videos of each one as we move on. But I just wanted to give y'all real quick, this is kind of an overview of last year's numbers, 2022. So you can see, trout, we stock a lot of trout, over 1.1 million. And that was actually post Tropical Storm Fred. So that number is usually a little bit higher. Striped bass, definitely in the millions there. If you look kind of down the list, I'm not going to go through everything, but you can see we also have some non-game fish that like Carolina Mad Toms, Lake Sturgeon, and Wavy Ray Lamprey mussel. I knew it was on there somewhere. So yeah, total, it's usually we're somewhere between 3.8 to 4. Sometimes if we're doing American shad, like we've done in the past, we'll go as high as 7 million fish stocked every year. And back it up.
What are we doing, Marion?
Okay, so this is going to be a video that shows the Marion facility. Setzer and Armstrong, I think that's the order.
Located in McDowell County near Lake James, the Marion State Fish Hatchery and Fish Technology Center has 4 earthen ponds, 6 concrete raceways, and a modern hatchery building built in 2017 with indoor rearing tanks and the ability to utilize 3 different water sources. The primary water source is spring water supplied from a spring-fed pond. Close proximity to the spring keeps the hatchery waters cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. These moderate temperatures allow rapid hatching of eggs and provide a strong environment for growing trout year-round. The hatchery primarily hatches trout eggs and rears the newly hatched trout to fingerling size. These fingerlings are vaccinated and then sent to other hatcheries to grow out, and then stocked in the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission's trout production program. In addition to hatching and raising trout, the Marion Hatchery raises hellbenders. The Hellbender Project is designed to develop captive propagation protocols. Captive hellbenders will be used to supply accredited institutions with hellbenders, reducing the collection of wild populations. The Technology Center also provides technical support to the other WRC fish hatcheries and fisheries management activities through technology transfer, production research, protocol development, and implementation assistance.
I love my job. I've been with the agency for 26 years now. I started out down east in Watha. I've worked at almost every hatchery through the course of my career doing different things. Worked with almost every species we work with. And as an outdoorsman and a fisherman, it's been very rewarding for me to be able to grow these fish and then see them finalized, grown out, stocked, tagged. I've done all kinds of research with them, and yeah, it's been great. You know, you don't really do this for the money, and I'm fortunate to live on site. It's been a great place to raise my kids, and you know, I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
The research conducted at the Marion Fish Technology Center is critical to keeping current with production methodologies and technology. For more information on the Marion State Fish Hatchery and Fish Technology Center, please call 828-803-6037 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage.
Okay, now it's gonna roll to the next video.
Located in Transylvania County in the Pisgah National Forest near the town of Brevard, the Bobby N. Setzer State Fish Hatchery is North Carolina's largest trout hatchery. Originally built in the late 1950s by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, it operated as a national fish hatchery for more than 20 years. Since 1983, the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission has operated the hatchery for trout production and currently produces over 400,000 pounds of brook, brown, and rainbow trout annually. The hatchery's water supply is fed by the Davidson River and Grogan Creek. Together, they provide a year-round supply of 6,000 gallons per minute of cold mountain water. 16 indoor rearing tanks hold trout until fingerling size. After initial rearing, fish are moved outside to the 36 raceways where the majority are grown to 10 inches. Additional fish are grown to 14 plus inches. Once fish reach appropriate size, they are loaded into specialized trucks and distributed into approximately 108 different streams and lakes throughout the state. Annually, this amounts to more than 270 stocking trips, covering more than 40,000 miles.
So it's all extremely important, you know, to me. It's important to my crew. That's the number one reason they're going to give you as to why, or what enjoyment they get out of working here at the hatchery is when you go out to that body of water and you stock a trout and little kids are screaming and everyone's all excited. You know, it's all really about creating memories for those people.
For more information, call the Bobby N. Setzer State Fish Hatchery at 828-877-3121 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage. Located in McDowell County near Marion, the Armstrong State Fish Hatchery utilizes the clear cold water of the Armstrong Creek watershed, providing great water quality for raising trout. The hatchery was originally built in 2 different phases. The upper section of raceways was built in 1957, while the lower section was built in the mid-1960s. Improvements were made in 2015 with a redesign of the lower end and replacement of the upper end concrete raceways to allow for increased production capabilities. Armstrong consists of 36 raceways that grow brook, brown, and rainbow trout utilized for stocking hatchery supported and delayed harvest waters that are a critical part of the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission's public mountain trout water program. Trout raised at the hatchery are stocked throughout the year in 11 counties across the northern mountain region. Hatchery trucks conduct 100 trips each year, traveling over 25,000 miles.
My motto is always, it's the people's fish, we just raise them. And so that's a big part of our job, is just, we try to raise as many as we can, as big as we can, as fast as we can. And so that makes your job fulfilling. You get out on the truck, you get out on the water, you're stocking fish in, people are happy, they're excited, they're waiting on you. And so it makes you happy when you got a big smile on their face, or angler catches one in front of you and you're putting it out, so that's a big deal. So we, like I said, it's their fish, we just raise them. That's the way we look at it. So.
For more information, call the Armstrong State Fish Hatchery at 828-756-4179 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage.
Y'all like the video so far?
Oh,
Yeah.
Good. All right, so I've just got a couple, or one slide for each of those three facilities, just to kind of give you a little bit more detail of what goes on there. So at the Marion Fish Hatchery / Technology Center, it's kind of a multi-purpose facility. We kind of consider it the daycare of the trout program, because they do incubate the eggs and do the early life stage, the hatching and stuff of those. At that facility, we have one full-time employee and typically an 11-month temporary. We redid that whole building, the whole depot there in Marion in 2017, which gave us the capabilities to actually call it a technology center and actually have technology. So that was great. So the water at that facility, there's basically two ponds. We call one the warm pond, one the cool pond. And the cool pond is a spring-fed pond that's got a really short-run spring that feeds it. So the water's cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter, just like it was mentioned in the video. And then the pond below it, and just an impoundment, we call that the warm pond because it gets more sunlight. It's larger, more shallow, so it stays warmer, and it's more productive as far as zooplankton, things like that. So we're able to use those plus the production well to alter our water needs. What temperature we need. Do we need water for the mussels that'll have food in it for the mussels, things like that. There's also 3 earthen ponds there, 8 concrete raceways, and then of course the adaptable hatchery building. When I say adaptable, it means you can see the upper picture. We've got a lot of grates on the floor, drains, that we purposely made sure they made them very big. We told the engineers, no, double that. But all these tanks, they're modular, so we can move those out. So at this facility, if we want to work with different species, or do different things, we just move the tanks around, change them up. So it gives us flexibility, and which will help us definitely in the future. And like I mentioned, fingerling trout production, that's a big thing there at Marion, primarily because of the spring-fed water. They produce a lot of the fingerlings for Armstrong Hatchery because Armstrong is surface water. So in the late fall, early winter, when we're spawning and incubating those fish and hatching them out, Armstrong's water is a lot colder. And so at Marion, we're able to hatch those out, and we can get about an extra month and a half of growth on those before we ship those fingerlings back to Armstrong. And Bobby N. Setzer State Fish Hatchery, it's our largest trout hatchery, like I said, located in Transylvania County. At that facility, we have 7 full-time employees and 3 temporaries. The temporaries are primarily there during the stocking season because you send 3 trucks out a day, that's 6 people gone. So you need to have some people left on site to, pick dead fish, feed the fish, clean the fish, clean the raceways, fix things that are broken, and take care of the facility. Renovations, we're moving forward with that. I'm sure y'all have heard numerous presentations about the renovations at Setzer. We're moving forward with that. Hopefully we'll be able to start that next year. And when it's completed, we'll have a brand new facility essentially that will give us a lot more efficiencies in the way that we use our water and the way that we do the work there. It'll also give us some increased production capacity that we hope to be able to utilize in programs in the future. The water at that facility, it's supplied by the Davidson River and Grogan Creek. It's basically just two little dams and an intake at each one of those locations, or a dam at each location that supplies the water, gravity fed water to the facility. There's 54 concrete raceways, and then the old hatchery building, which is kind of a bottleneck for us right now. So there's the new hatchery building at the bottom. That's what we're hoping for with renovation. And you can see there at the very, very bottom, 259 stocking trips in 2022. This year, we're going to be pushing 280 from that facility. So a lot of stocking runs. So Armstrong, it's our other trout hatchery there in McDowell County. So we have 5 full-time employees there and 3 temporaries. Again, temporaries are there primarily to help during stocking season, during the busiest parts of the year, just because we've got to have bodies to do what we got to do. We, like the video said, we did major renovations there in 2015. And actually, I think that was like the last time I actually had to give up here and give a presentation. It was an update on those renovations. So we totally redesigned the lower end. It was very, it wasn't very efficient. It wasn't a good use of the water. And so redesigned the lower end, gave us more efficient use of the water and yeah, actually consistency. We don't have to kill fish because we don't have enough water. So that it works well. Water at Armstrong's supplied by 4 different creek intakes, kind of all throughout that valley, that Armstrong watershed. And then it's got 34 concrete raceways and a small hatchery building used for production. And they primarily hatch out their brood stock and some fingerlings there. And then Armstrong, as you can see, I mean, they stock a lot of places as well, 211. And they'll have additional runs this year as well. So that's the cold water, the trout side.
Located in Burke County near Morganton, North Carolina, Table Rock State Fish Hatchery is the only cool water hatchery in the state. In the winter months, the water temps at Table Rock are not as cold as other mountain hatcheries. This is what gives Table Rock the distinction of cool water hatchery as opposed to a cold water hatchery. The facility has over 17 ponds consisting of 9 acres of water. Additionally, raceways for holding trout are located on the eastern side of the property, and indoor hatching and rearing facilities situated at the south end of the property are used year-round to meet the demands of fisheries across the state. The hatchery is responsible for rearing smallmouth bass, channel catfish, walleye, muskellunge, and lake sturgeon. NC Wildlife Resources Commission biologists use smallmouth bass and walleye reared at the hatchery to restore populations in multiple reservoirs in western North Carolina. Muskellunge hatched and raised at Table Rock are utilized in population restoration efforts along the French Broad River. The remaining muskies are used to create fisheries in both reservoirs and rivers in western North Carolina.
What I enjoy most about the hatchery system is that it's tangible. And whenever the public comes in or we have tours, we can say, hey, look at what we're doing. Here they are. You can see it. And there's not a lot of opportunities where we can actually visualize something and let the public see it as well. There's a lot of return with the public, and the investment that the public puts in with like the Dingell-Johnson tax, along with federal funding, we can keep these fisheries alive and keep them thriving and keep them going so that not only I can enjoy and catch them, but everybody else can too.
Table Rock staff also works jointly with both McKinney Lake and Watha fish hatcheries to provide channel catfish for stocking 60 lakes across the state for the Commission's community fishing program. For more information about Table Rock State Fish Hatchery, call 828-437-3977 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage. The McKinney Lake State Fish Hatchery is located in Richmond County, near Rockingham. The nearby McKinney Lake supplies the water the hatchery needs to maintain more than 18 acres of water held by 23 ponds. The hatchery's primary function is to grow channel catfish to harvestable sizes of 8 to 12 inches. These catfish are designated for the NC Wildlife Resources Commission's highly successful community fishing program.
So that's a program that I've been involved with almost since its inception. We're providing an opportunity with that program that otherwise wouldn't be there, because most of the sites that we stock are in the urban areas where people don't have the opportunity. So when we roll up to one of our sites and there's a mother there that's got her 2 kids fishing, and we're able to assist that mother and her children actually catch a fish, that's what I do it for. Anything to try to make fishing better.
Working in conjunction with the Watha State Fish Hatchery and the Table Rock State Fish Hatchery, these channel catfish are stocked monthly into 60 community fishing program waters from April to September for the enjoyment of anglers across the state. McKinney Lake is also responsible for spawning and rearing largemouth bass for stocking across the state. Additionally, the hatchery rears robust red horse suckers each year. Robust red horse are a large native sucker found only in the Yadkin Pee River in North Carolina and is a species of greatest conservation need. Fish raised at McKinney Lake are part of a cooperative effort between the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, and Duke Energy to restore the species throughout the Yadkin Pee River. For more information about McKinney Lake State Fish Hatchery, call 910-895-5330 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage. The Watha State Fish Hatchery is located in Pender County near Burgaw, North Carolina. 38 ponds totaling over 45 acres of water are being utilized to produce a number of warm water species, including largemouth bass, striped bass, Bodie bass, bluegill, red ear sunfish, red breast sunfish, channel catfish, white catfish, and American shad. These fish are distributed to waters across the state for both stocking efforts and the NC Wildlife Resources Commission's fishing programs.
It's particularly personally satisfying to me that I can actually engage in fish production that not only helps the anglers of North Carolina, but really all the citizens of the entire state by assisting in managing our fishery resources.
A 12,000 square foot fish production building is utilized for intensive spawning, egg, and fry rearing for American shad, striped bass, Bodie bass, and channel catfish. The fish production building also serves as a holding facility for fish during pond harvest and stockings. Striped bass and Bodie bass are annually stocked in 18 different reservoirs across the state. Additionally, striped bass are being stocked in coastal rivers determined by management biologists to supplement natural reproduction and restore populations to historic levels. Watha also works jointly with both McKinney Lake and Table Rock fish hatcheries to provide channel catfish for stocking 60 lakes across the state for the Commission's community fishing program. For more information on the Watha State Fish Hatchery, please call 910-283-5099 or scan the QR code below to go to the hatchery webpage.
Okay, so just a few more slides here and one more video and we'll be done. The Table Rock State Fish Hatchery, one in Burke County. Like you heard in the video, it's a cool water facility. Again, it's kind of a catch-all because we play with trout there, do the cool water species, and then have some warm water species, the channel catfish there. Because of its location and its water supplies, we're able to do that. So at that facility, we have 4 full-time employees. The office and the shop there, we did renovations in 2012 and replaced those. And then the hatchery building, the old hatchery building, we replaced it in 2015 to give them newer facilities. Water at that facility, there is a large pond and impoundment. The water to that's provided by Iris Creek, and then it's gravity fed down to the ponds in the hatchery building, primarily through that flume line that you see there. At their hatchery building, it's a 4,000 square foot building. They've got 17 earthen ponds, and that 1/4 mile long flume line, that's actually to supply water to those ponds. There's valves along the way that use to fill up the ponds. But we also, use a little ingenuity. We use it to hold fish in when we need to. So in the wintertime, we'll transfer fish from Setzer hatchery to Table Rock, hold them there so that Table Rock can assist in March and April and the first part of May with the stockings, just because we have so many runs. We've got to have that there. And again, yeah, they're there to assist with CFP and trout stockings. McKinney Lake, it's a warm water facility. There's 3 full-time employees there. It originally was operated by the Fish and Wildlife Service. We took it over in '96 and we're operating it until finally in 2015, it was conveyed upon us and we officially own it now. So there were 2 residences on site for staff and 1 that we were leasing, and then we finally purchased that property. But that residence that was on that property was in really bad shape. So right now we're currently reconstructing that. It's getting close to getting done, I hope. So we're doing that. That's one of the projects there. Again, the water is supplied by an impoundment there at McKinney Lake. It's gravity fed to the hatchery. And then they also have a small production well in their holding house. They have 24 earthen ponds, and the small holding house that they have, we'll mention it later, but we call it a holding house and not a hatchery building because that's primarily what it is. It's a place for them to bring fish from the ponds, put them in tanks, sort them, and then stock them from there and hold them. And then our Watha facility, that's our largest warm water facility. We have 4 full-time employees there as well. We did a total renovation of that facility in 2005. It's very modern. And then, water there, it's a little different. It's supplied solely by well waters. We're fortunate to be able to tap into the Castle Hayne aquifer there. So we have 3 production wells. And then a very, very, very large, almost 12,000 square foot hatchery building that again is sort of modular in setup that allows us to do different things there as needed. Next.
Located in McDowell County adjacent to the Marion State Fish Hatchery, the Marion Conservation Aquaculture Center utilizes the same water supply as the hatchery and is responsible for propagation and research of rare aquatic species. The Marion CAC has 26 total systems which can operate independent of each other to ensure the conditions can be manipulated for different species, and recovery options are in place in the event of a failure. There are a number of species and aquatic animals that are produced and cared for here, from rare mussels, snails, crayfish, and fish like the Carolina Mad Tom, the Roanoke log perch, and lake sturgeon.
It's exciting. We really have a chance to make a difference. And, in some ways that's a lot of pressure, but in other ways it's a lot of push to keep going and keep trying. And when it doesn't work, try again because they need us to.
These animals are used to augment, restore, and reintroduce populations across North Carolina. For more information, call the Marion Conservation Aquaculture Center at 828-803-6038 or scan the QR code to go to the hatchery webpage.
So that was the last of our videos. So everybody think they look pretty good?
Really good.
All right, so the Marion Conservation Aquaculture Center, or the CAC, or the MCAC, whichever one you want to call it. So, it's responsible for the production of non-game aquatic species, for population enhancement, to address threatened and endangered species concerns, and essentially prevent species, in some cases, from being listed. So at that facility, we do a lot, but we only have 2 full-time employees and 1 temporary, whose primary responsibility right now is working with the magnificent ram's horn snails. The water is supplied to that facility the same as it is the Marion hatchery. They utilize the same pond, same well, but they are separated. One side of the building drains one way, the other side of the building drains the other, so that we don't intermingle. Biosecurity. The original mussel shed that was there, it's still in operation. It's more of an arc for us right now and a grow out facility. We do hope to replace that soon. But then we have the two ponds that are on site that we have some floating docks in and floating baskets that we're able to do mussel grow out and things like that in. So it, you know, it's more hands off. If you've got them out in a basket, you don't really have to deal with them every day. And then, of course, the state of the art production facility, which we finally finished it last year with all the build out, which kudos to staff that designed it and then built it out. So production challenges. So this, move through these. So increased production request. You know, we get every year we get requests from the management staff. You know, you saw the list of species that we stocked. So every year we update that list of what they want us to produce. So, you know, there's times that they request different things or more things. So, you know, that's a challenge at times because we have limited capacity. Climate, you know, temperature change for sure. Weather changes. You know, as you know, Tropical Storm Fred, it hit our cold water facility. Then, you know, we have a facility located close to the coast, so more hurricanes, things like that could be a challenge to us. And then, of course, aquatic nuisance species, things getting introduced that could possibly get introduced, like zebra mussels or something onto our facilities. We try to manage that through biosecurity. But then also with aquatic nuisance species that get introduced into the wild, you know, we have to change management tactics to deal with those. Aging infrastructure. I mean, we've talked about Setzer. That one's hopefully going to be updated soon. The McKinney Lake, the holding house that I mentioned at McKinney Lake, we'd like to update that to actually construct a real hatchery building. Plus their office structure there is in pretty bad shape as well. So that's one hopefully in the future. And then the Table Rock facility, the ponds, you know, those are the original ponds from the 1940s. Their drain kettles are starting to get in bad shape, all the underground piping, valves, things like that. So we're kind of dealing with those as they come along. Increased production demand, you know, as more requests come in, yeah, facility space. You know, do we have enough ponds? Do we have enough raceways? Those are all challenges that we deal with pretty frequently. And then plus staffing, you know, if management staff asks for more trout, you know, we could probably produce more trout, but do we have enough staff to take care of them and get them distributed? That's, you know, right now we're pushing 3 trucks a day from both facilities during the peak of the season. So it gets difficult. And then ongoing maintenance, yeah, pretty big facilities, you always got to try to maintain them. And plus, since we've got kind of newer things at the facilities, we try to maintain as we go on so that they are there for the future. And then the biggest one this year is distribution trucks, the stocking trucks. You know, we've got some aging trucks that have had issues. If one truck goes down though, during peak of trout stocking season, that schedule that we put online, we have to change it because yeah, we don't have a backup truck. So that's been an issue. We had 4 trucks on order for the last 2 years because of supply chain issues. They weren't here. One was finally delivered last week. Now we just get the other 3. And then of course, supply chain issues with various types of equipment and supplies, things like that. Sometimes antibiotics that we use aren't available because we can't move them. Future production efforts. So some things that we've got coming up in the future that we're probably going to happen. You know, different species production. You know, F1 largemouth bass. I believe Corey's going to talk about that later today. But you know, that's one that's probably going to be really close to being in the future, and we're going to have to develop the techniques if we decide to raise those as the commission. We're going to have to, you know, develop those techniques, develop the brood stock, and do that at our facilities. Captive striped bass and white bass brood stock, brood fish. We actually have started that now. We actually have captive striped bass and white bass at our Watha facility. And this year we were actually able to utilize those and produce some hybrid striped bass. So we're gonna continue to grow that a little bit so that it makes it easier to produce those hybrids without having management staff collect brood fish. It saves time, plus the captive fish seem to perform really well as far as egg production and milk production. So, and then of course, additional species of greatest conservation need. Rachel's staff, if they come to us with a list of species that they need produced, that I see more of those coming as time moves on. And then like I mentioned before, infrastructure, we're gonna be looking at the McKinney Lake Hatchery building, Armstrong Raceway covers, predation is a big issue at all our facilities, plus temperature. So we'd like to, down the road, cover the concrete raceways outside with a sort of metal structure to prevent birds from coming in, but then also shade it, reduce stress. You reduce the stress on the fish, you increase your production because they don't die. And then Watha and Table Rock pond expansion, those two facilities, we actually own property that would be suitable to build additional ponds. So as new species come up or new programs like F1 largemouth bass, we may want to look at doing some sort of pond expansion at those two facilities to increase our production capacity. Any questions? Yes, sir.
David, when you publicize where you're going to be putting these trout into the streams ahead of time, what is the reaction to the public, obviously, I guess that they know that they're coming, or they line up beside the truck, or what do they do?
Yes, no. It depends. Some locations, it's not too big of a deal. There are certain places that, they'll be waiting for you to show up on the stream and will follow you to look and see every net that you put out. We've had, when we first started publishing the dates that we're going to stock, that was one of the concerns. It was a safety concern of, these curvy mountain roads that just have a few pull-offs. You're in a 2-ton truck loaded with water and you got to find a place to stop to get out to throw those fish. You don't want to stop them in the middle of a curve. You want that pull-off. But if there's 5 people waiting there blocking, you can't do that. It's not safe. We haven't had a whole lot of those issues. Some of the bigger issues are when we have to reschedule, because it's really hard if the truck breaks down that morning to get news out to folks that you're not coming that day. And so then they get angry. But we'll use social media to try to get it out there the best we can. And there is the caveat on the schedule that this could change based on conditions.
So a quick question, the log perch, is that right? The
Yes.
Roanoke log perch?
Mhm.
Yeah, so it was discovered in the Dan River there after the coal ash. Was it other places in North Carolina, or was that the first find?
I'm going to hand that to Rachel.
Yeah, so it's been known to be in North Carolina. It was rediscovered through surveys in about 1986 or 1996. And it was known through the Dan, and then we found it in the Upper Mayo and the Smith River. There's another one that I'm forgetting. So all of the stockings that have occurred that David highlighted so far have been augmentations back into those occupied areas.
So it's just a super success story, a way it was discovered in the Dan River, especially in the Madison, North Carolina area. And they built these weirs and they've all this recreation stuff that's come about because they got federal funding because they found the perch. It's just an example of the cool work that you're doing and some of the side benefits that occur.
Thank you for that. Yeah, the Lindsay Bridge Dam project and Madison County and the support of the CAC and all the biologists, and really successful in the partners.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or compliments for staff? Yes.
I know I'm being repetitive, but I've been to that Marion Fish hatchery before, and I think I met David and a lot of other people. And I think I've also, I remember Sierra, I wrote that name down because it's one I could easily remember. And I think I told you, if you ever go there and ask them a question, it's not like asking what time it is, because they'll build you a watch, because these people are very, very passionate about what they do. And I've had opportunity to fish that pond, and I've had opportunities where I called my man Jake, and he says, "I'm sorry, we're busy. You can't go down there today."
Yeah.
That broke my heart.
Yeah, I didn't mention that in the presentation, but at Marion, we have a pond that used to be used for production that's now, we've converted it into a fish for fun pond. So that's what he's referring to. It's
Yeah.
stocked to the brim with catfish and bluegill. Last year, we had 78 different groups come out. It's not open to the public, but it's open to like scheduled small groups, like scouting groups, school field trips, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's part of your part of your fishing education there
And
too.
now that we have an educator based at Marion, and then, Melinda, who was at Setzer for the Pisgah Center. So they've been having educational programs there now too. And now we have Gerald Klaus based at Marion, and so he'll be doing programming there as well. So it's cool.
It's a phenomenal facility. I encourage you, if you're through there, stop in, look at it, and call ahead, and maybe you take your fishing pole, and maybe you don't, because they do it right. Like, you go ahead, David.
All right.
I think I met you up there too,
Yeah.
riding around.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks. Christian Waters. So town of Black Mountains made a request to become a Mountain Heritage Trout City.
Yes, sir. So this is the one exhibit that the commission will see tomorrow. It will be an action item. It's exhibit N. But real quick, the Mountain Heritage Trout Program was created in 2017, or excuse me, 2007, sorry, by the state legislature. And today, the way it works is basically there's an $8 3-day license that can be purchased by residents and non-residents. And for those waters that are designated as Mountain Heritage Trout waters, they can fish it for those 3 days. And the Mountain Heritage Trout waters is centered around what's considered to be a Mountain Heritage Trout City. The town or the city has to make that request, and then it's the job of the commission, based on our recommendation, to make that designation. Once that designation is made, then there are public mountain trout waters that are in or adjacent to the city that we then designate as Mountain Heritage Trout waters, and then they get signed. They're still managed as a public mountain trout water, such as a hatchery supported or delayed harvest, but they have this additional designation on top of it. And I also mentioned that this will also make it a veterans water, which allows veterans to fish those waters without a license, any license at all, as long as they have documentation of being a veteran. And so this specific request is the memo kind of lays it out, but basically it's the town of Black Mountain. It will be a section of the Swannanoa River that runs through the town. Like I said, they made the request, and the town council has confirmed that request in a vote back in June. This is a quick map of it. This would be the reach right here that would be designated. There's several county or town parks, parking areas. There's sections of greenway. There's additional sections of greenway that will be built hopefully in the very near future. We do a MOA with the town that basically makes it a Mountain Heritage Trout water. We basically agree to manage it for trout, which we're already doing. And we also agree to designate it as a mountain trout city. And we also agree to produce a brochure. It is the town's responsibility we design it, they produce it and distribute the brochure, but then they also give us the ability to get in and out to do our stockings and to do other management work. And they also provide unrestricted public access. And so that's That's a MOA that will be signed at the agency level once the designation is made tomorrow, if that's what y'all decide to do. And then finally, this would be the draft brochure as we put it together. It's actually a trifold. When it's printed out, has information about the program, but most specifically, it has information about specific to the Black Mountain area and that the stream designation. And in this white space, we will be adding information about the 3 trout species that we manage for. Just didn't have it at the time that we were preparing this exhibit. And that's all I have.
In Black Mountain, are you, I mean, look, you say the Swananoa River, are you gonna be doing any of this up at the Flat Creek, which feeds into the Swananoa River or not?
No, this for the Mountain Heritage Trout Water designation, it'll be that specific reach of the Swananoa. We continue to be working in those other areas, but they won't be Mountain Heritage Trout Waters where that specific license will apply.
Well, the reason I mentioned that is because Black Mountain is in the process of trying to work with Montreat to have a disability greenway, you know, so that people, they may be challenged physically, will be able to get closer and closer to these. And I think the main place they're going to be doing that is in the Flat Creek because it's closer to Montreat.
Sure, yeah, and we work with those type projects all the time, and we potentially will manage that for trout. But at this point, the heritage designation would just be this one stretch.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Christian about this? Christian, you done this time?
Yeah, I am done with this one.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Although I think I'm the next topic too, so.
All right, we'll go ahead and drive on with the Roanoke River Striped Bass Management. update.
Okay, great. And again, you'll see this again tomorrow for a vote. So Roanoke River Striped Bass Management update. I'm gonna hit the highlights very quickly because you've heard this multiple times. But as you know, the population is considered overfished. Overfishing is occurring. We've seen poor recruitment since 2017. Really haven't seen good recruitment since then. Over that time, and even a little bit before that, we were seeing a decrease in larger, older fish. We know that there is high mortality going on within that overall Roanoke River, Albemarle Sound population, and generally speaking, low abundance. So we've implemented, you as a board have implemented multiple recovery efforts. As you are very aware, over the last couple of years, we've significantly reduced the total allowable landings or quota. This year, we only had a 6-day harvest season. That was up a day. I think the year before, we only had 5 days harvest season. We were again, based on board action, reduced the creel from 2 to 1 fish daily. We're continuing those regulatory efforts to reduce mortality. Again, things that y'all have already implemented that will go into effect essentially August 1st and be in effect for next season. We prohibit the possession of fish greater than 22 inches. So protecting those bigger fish, you can only keep them between 18 and 22. The requirement of the use of barbless circle hooks from April 1 through June 30th, when you're using natural bait or live bait. We've prohibited the use of trot lines, jug hooks, and set hooks during that same time period. So we're doing everything we can to reduce mortality. To help on the recruitment side, we have had a stocking plan, a contingent stocking plan in place for a couple of years. But this year we fully initiated a stocking plan where we intend to stock 500,000 fingerlings, a minimum of 500,000 fingerlings annually into the river for the next 3 years and to evaluate. And I'm gonna give you some information about this year's stocking in just a moment. Finally, staff continue to do their annual monitorings of the population. We're doing the electrofishing and the angling creels, and we're trying to feed into marine fisheries process of stock assessment. We're continuing to work with them with the stock assessment. I will say that we're discussing with them now what the next step is. They have updated the stock assessment. based on that updated stock assessment, their staff did present options to their commission, just informative presentation was all it was, for going forward with harvest. It's either really reduce harvest, to lower than what it is right now, or they have also thrown out the option of a moratorium, where there would be no harvest. So, more information on that to come. Don't have any more really to say on that for right now, but I also didn't want y'all to be caught off guard if you heard somebody mention that as a potential option, because that is certainly where we are getting to that point where that is now being discussed at multiple levels. As far as the stocking efforts this year go, which is really what I wanted to highlight, thanks to Watha, which you heard much about earlier, and field staff helping, we stocked 650,000 phase 1 fish. So those are 2 to 4 inch fish in near the mouth of the Chuan River and Albemarle Sound near the Sound Bridge. That was done in June of this year. We also had some surplus fry, so we stocked 1.4 million fry up in the river back in May. All these fish are genetically tagged essentially, so that as we get adults back, we can determine if they came from one of our stockings. As I mentioned, they were produced at Watha State Fish Hatchery, and the North Carolina Marine and Estuary Foundation has provided us $10,000 for this year to help offset the cost of some of the production. We use that to match with federal aid dollars to extend that money even further. And they've made a commitment to do that for the next 2 years as well to help with these stockings. And that's all I have on striped bass, unless there are any questions.
Yeah, question.
Yes, sir.
So how is that, and Brian, Craig might be one that knows more about than anybody, but the Wildlife Habitat Foundation has raised $500,000 through the Bass Pro Shops for clean water enhancement, you might say. How's that coming? Do we have a report on that?
The process.
Okay. We'll get a better report some other time. Thank you.
Yes. So in the new assessment, it was through 2021. So it was done in 2022, but it was through 2021.
Thank you, Christian. Corey Oakley, you have the last 3 presentations in 20 minutes to do them.
I can do it. I can come close anyway.
All
I
right,
think.
F1 Bass Project stocking update.
Yep. So, good morning. I'm going to update you about our program that we're starting with F1 largemouth bass. So you might be asking, what is an F1 largemouth bass? Well, largemouth bass, thanks to geneticists like Heather, we've determined that there are different strains of largemouth bass. There is the northern strain, which you would think you would find in the northern part of the United States. There's the Florida strain, which is kind of located in the very southeastern corner of the country. And then there's now a new strain called the Delta strain, which is from the kind of Mississippi, Alabama area. But an F1 largemouth bass on today's market is a cross between a pure northern largemouth and a pure Florida largemouth. And a lot of people will call these fish tiger bass. That's the common name that you will hear. So what does that cross get us? That cross will hopefully produce what we call hybrid vigor. It'll hopefully allow this fish to grow at a more rapid rate than a standard largemouth bass will, and hopefully attain an overall larger size. If this actually works, it might be the first real tool that we as biologists have had in the biological part of largemouth bass management in probably the last 30 years, at least in my career. We had tools back in the 70s and 80s that people used, but we really haven't had anything like this up until probably the past 3 or 4 years. So what are we doing? So we're going to do an experiment where we stock these F1 largemouth bass fingerlings in 3 separate reservoirs in the state of North Carolina. And those reservoirs are Norman, Gaston, and Jordan. And we will be doing that over the next 5 years. Why did we pick these 3 reservoirs? Well, they are on a productivity level, They are three different reservoirs. Lake Norman down near Charlotte is what we would call oligotrophic, meaning that it is less productive, doesn't grow fish quite as well as other places in our state. Lake Gaston up on the Roanoke River is what we would call mesotrophic, meaning that's kind of middle of the road on the productivity level. And then Jordan here in the triangle is eutrophic and sometimes hypereutrophic, meaning that it has a lot of productivity and can grow fish a lot. I tell people all the time, if you want to grow a fish, put it in Jordan because it will grow. It has no choice. And so we're going to do that over the next 5 years of stocking these fish in these three different reservoirs. And then our plan is to monitor the populations of these F1s over the next 10 years. One, we're really looking for persistence. Do these F1s persist over a long period of time? Are they remaining in the population, the largemouth bass population? Observe their growth rates. Do they actually grow faster than the largemouth bass that we currently have in these reservoirs? And then evaluate maximum size potential of these fish. In North Carolina, we are not known for, really large largemouth bass. An 8-pound largemouth bass is a really good fish. A 9 and 10-pound largemouth bass is kind of a unicorn, even though Jordan's produced quite a few of those this year. In other states, people are growing 11, 12-pound fish, and maybe these F1s will be able to do that. Only time will tell. Like I said, it is an experiment. So this is what we've been doing so far. In Norman, we put out 130,000 fish this year. Gaston, we did 115,000 fish. And Jordan, we did 52,700 fish. Right now, we are currently not producing these fish in our hatchery system. David mentioned that earlier. We are buying them on the market. We're buying them out of a hatchery out of Alabama. If this is successful, we will start looking into how to do that in our own fish production systems. We even had Executive Director Ingram out. I would tell you he worked, but he kind of looked like this the whole day. I don't know. Just no, he dipped fish and put them out. So it was good. So that was a really brief thing on F1s. Anybody got any questions about F1s?
So these F1 hybrids aren't
sterile. So what happens if they reproduce?
So that's a very good question. I actually meant to mention that. Once an F1 reproduces with another largemouth, they're no longer F1s. They become the mutts that we have. I mean, basically. We've done a lot of genetic work on our largemouth bass populations across our state. And basically, we have Florida and northern alleles in all of our fish. We don't really have any pure strain northerns. We'll pick up a pure strain Florida down on the coast every once in a while, but almost all of our fish are mutts. And so once they reproduce one time, it dissolves basically that hybrid cross. So in order to keep F1s, you have to keep stocking F1s. So you have to kind of look at F1s kind of like our hybrid striped bass program. If we want them to continue, we'll have to keep putting them out.
I've got a couple farm ponds that years ago I stocked with the hybrid bluegill, which is a F1 between a bluegill and a green sunfish. They put out 90% males, so they hardly reproduce. And when they do, they revert to the green sunfish.
They go back to green sunfish.
And now I've got a lot of big bluegills that don't reproduce and bass that do, and they're eating their own.
These will reproduce. They'll just turn back into the largemouth. They'll mix back into the largemouth bass population if we quit stocking them, basically, is what would happen. There was another question somewhere.
He answered my question.
Okay.
Or you did. Yeah, same question.
Any other questions on F1s? Sorry, that was quick, but we're running out of time. So
that's good.
All right. So the next topic is on an event that we attended in March of 2023 as a division, and it's called Major League Fishing's Red Crest 2023 event. And this was down at Lake Norman. So for those of you that don't know what Major League Fishing is, I'll kind of try to tell you a little brief background. There is competitive bass fishing, in case you didn't know. There are a lot of people that like to bass fish, and there are a lot of people that like to bass tournament fish. And forever and a day, probably since the late 60s into the early 70s, the group that was really responsible for that throughout the country was BASS. And they still exist today, and they're still really the largest organization still across the country. But about 6 years ago, 7 years ago, a group of individuals decided to go off on their own and form this group called Major League Fishing, which was basically competition to BASS. And it got the backing of Bass Pro Shops. That is their title sponsor and kind of the owner and operator of that group. And so they've become, and they've really been good at using social media, putting all their stuff online. If you look at their tournaments, they, in fact, BASS has picked up on this and started doing some of this. They have cameras in the boats with their people. And so I kind of equate it to the NASCAR of bass fishing. Like if they talk to the angler, it's like 800 bait companies and my my electronics and my boat and my motor did all this for me today. You know, that's kind of what you get sometimes with it. So it's very commercialized. And there is a lot of money, and you'll see that in a minute, generated by these folks in this bass fishing. But Red Crest is like the Bassmasters Classic of this tour. So it is their annual championship. And basically what it is the winner will receive $300,000. So it's big time. I mean, it's big money for these guys. And they held it at Lake Norman this year. Along with that event comes a 3-day expo. And that expo is every kind of bait company, every kind of boat company, every kind of motor company, every kind of apparel company, blah, 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 that has to deal with bass fishing is at this event. And this year, I would say attendance was probably somewhere between 50, I don't have the exact number, but it was somewhere between 50 to 100,000 people that attended this event over 3 days. And I will say that Major League Fishing was very kind to us. They opened the doors to us. They let us do, and you'll see some of this in a minute, they let us do a lot of different things that we really don't have that opportunity to get in front of our folks, in front of our anglers very often. So on the basic level, we had an informational booth. They gave us everything. They gave us 2 spots in the expo. This is at the very beginning before it ever started, so it looks like nobody was there, but that's not true. There was a lot of times you couldn't have seen this table. There were so many people walking by it and talking to us. So we were able to interact with the public in a very large way. We are also responsible for fishery seminars. This was out on the main stage in the middle of all those vendors. They had a stage and they had seating down in front of the stage. And we did 2 of these a day over the 3 days. So we did 6 of them. We talked about Alabama bass introductions. We talked about largemouth bass management in North Carolina. We talked about smallmouth bass in our rivers. We talked about aquatic invasive species other than Alabama bass. And we got a lot of feedback and a lot of questions from this, and it was quite popular with the folks that were there. We also got the opportunity to teach Boy Scouts. The lady in the far back that you can barely see, her name is Casey Yabad. She is the District 6 fisheries biologist. We had about 80 Boy Scouts over a 2-day period. Those Boy Scouts got to build habitat, artificial structures that we will use in our reservoirs. They got to do different fishing activities. They also did a scavenger hunt that Casey led. And so that was a good way to interact with our youth. One cool thing that we got to do is we got to podcast with anglers. When I asked, could we do this? They were like, which anglers do you want to talk to? And so we kind of tried to focus on North Carolina anglers, but because the event was held in North Carolina, evidently the North Carolina anglers were really good and they never got knocked out of the tournament. So they stayed the whole time. So we had to talk to other people that weren't from North Carolina, but it was great. We talked to guys from South Carolina, Georgia, East Tennessee, and this gentleman here, if you don't know who this gentleman is Kevin Van Dam. He is the most famous and most successful bass fisherman that has ever fished. He is retiring this year, but he gave us 30 minutes. I would tell you to listen to those podcasts, you'll hear a theme. And that theme is cooperation between anglers and biologists. I will tell you events like this and other things that we are doing we are now seeing that cooperation. Forever and a day, bass anglers would not talk to us. All the fisheries biologists in here would admit that. Brian McCray, who used to be a fish biologist till he sold his soul to the devil, would admit that, you know, bass anglers would not talk to you. And now we have bass anglers talking to us. And so that is a huge difference. And you will hear that in those podcasts. And finally, they gave us money. The Kevin Van Dam Foundation gave us $5,000 for our F1 project that you just heard about. And then they also gave us $5,000 that was matched by Mossback, which is a habitat company, to give us artificial structures that we use in our reservoir. So we received $15,000 during that event. I will tell you, if you ever get the opportunity, even if you're not a fit, you don't fish, but you're interested in the outdoors. If you get the opportunity to go to a Bassmasters Classic or Red Crest event, go. You will be shocked by the amount of money that's being spent on bass fishing. It's utterly crazy in my opinion, but it's a lot of money. All right, that was it. Anybody got questions on that one? We'll jump to the next one if you don't have questions, but I'll take any questions you might have.
Football biologist update?
Yeah. All right. So I wanted to briefly just go over where the podcast is and where we're planning to move in the future. One of the things is you'll notice we have a new logo. The logo started we started with this logo in January of this year. I'm the pretty one, in case you didn't know, of the pictures that's up here. So we started in April of last year. We have recorded 17 episodes. What we try to do is record an episode a month. We have some special episodes, and those are those Red Crest episodes that I talked about with those anglers. We currently have almost 60,000 downloads, and 75% of those are what we call impactful, meaning that they listen to the majority of they didn't get mad at us and cut it off. They listen to the majority of the podcast. We are being listened to in all 50 states and in 58 countries around the world. So to break that down a little bit better, since about August of last year, we're averaging somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 listens a month. It varies depending on the topic, but that May number is spiked because that's some of the Red Crest stuff that's mixed in there. So that's why that May number looks, it's not because May was so super popular. As you might expect, the bulk of the people listening to us are local, at least local to the Southeast. We have a lot of Southeastern states that are listening to us. We have a few from kind of up north, the New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio area that listen to us. And then the metro areas are what you would expect. They're popular metro areas in our state, and then the surrounding states around us, including Washington, D.C. So here's our schedule for 2023 in case you haven't listened to any of them. We did hybrid striped bass or Bodie bass in January. We did French broad muskies with an angler out in the western part of the state and one of our biologists in February. I hate Judge Cole's not here. We did NC River herring in March. And then we did another, we had already done one Roanoke River striped bass, but it is a popular topic. So we did another one in April with a longtime angler on the river to give some historical perspective about the fishery. In May, we did Jordan Lake largemouth because it's kind of going off the charts with growth. In June, which is the latest one that we just did, was with a longtime guide there on Lake Wiley for Lake Wiley catfish. His name's Dieter Melhorn. He's a longtime friend. He's done a lot of work with our mountain crew on Lake Wiley doing angler diaries. In July, you will hear fish production from David Deaton in a lot more detail than what you heard today, if you want to listen to that. We're going to try something new in August, I hope. We're going to do a live question and answer session with our folks that are listening. We haven't got all the details ironed out yet, but hopefully that's what's going to happen. In September, we'll do riverine smallmouth. In October, we'll do northeast crappies and flyers. If you don't know what a flyer is, it's a really pretty sunfish. In November, we will do Neuse River largemouth, which is kind of It won't be a secret for long if we do it in November, but Neuse River largemouth, if you want to go catch a really large coastal largemouth bass, Neuse River is the place to go. And in December, we hope to finish up with Lake Appalachia trout where we're catching monster rainbows and browns. So this is not a pat on the back for me. This is kind of, I'm not trying to do that. But the podcast has been really, really popular. When we drop a podcast, we get anywhere from 30 to 80 questions every time we drop a podcast. And that doesn't seem like a lot to maybe you all, but to us, it's huge. And they're really good questions. They have a lot of, they're asking science-based questions. And so take us back to 5 years ago when we were talking about doing this podcast, it was all about trying to marry our biology, the things we know biologically, to what people see on the water fishing. And it's actually clicking. And so, for us, for Ben and I, it's been great. We've loved every minute of it. And hopefully in the future, we'll get more and more people on. You see us, we're not only doing biologists, we're doing people that are local, we're doing fishing guides, we'll probably do some companies that do baits and that kind of stuff from time to time, just to kind of introduce people to the fishing industry through the podcast. That's all I have. Any questions on the podcast? Yes, Lance.
Yeah, are y'all available on like Spotify or is?
Yep, we're on, I didn't mention that because of time, but yeah, we're on Spotify, iHeart, Apple, you name it, Amazon. We're on all of them. And thanks to CMDE's group, Fairley's group, they've been very instrumental in helping us with this, for sure.
And these ones you recorded back in January, yes, they're still
They're all
available.
there. It's a library of them. You can go all the way back to the very beginning and listen to all of them. Yep, sure can. They don't go away just because the month is over.
Brian, that was a great idea. You had to get them to do this.
Anybody have any other questions? Christian, maybe for the next fisheries committee meeting, that muskie spawning slough on French Broad that we toured, maybe you can give us an update if that's, if they're using it.
Yeah.
That'd be good to know. The muskie. Yeah.
Also, Chairman Stone, that when we were at Table Rock, they were implanting muskies, they were leasing with radio transmitters and starting that project. Part of that would be a good part of that presentation.
It would be.
You saw that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
In
most-
fact, that's how we know whether they're using it or not. So yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, update them both would be great.
I mean, all anglers are passionate, but muskie anglers are particularly passionate. That would be good information for us to get. No other questions? The fisheries committee meeting is adjourned. So we're gonna take a break, I guess, right here, and then
Make up for it, yeah.
and then land will take care. We'll
You make up.
come in. Absolutely, we'll get you out of here. You can be getting too hungry.
Getting that out of your hand.
All right.
Yeah.
Land committee, LAP committee. And we're gonna call this to order. Before we get started, this electronic meeting is being streamed live for the public to attend and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. That said, Margot, will you give us a roll call?
Do a roll call for our Land Acquisition and Property Committee. Committee Chair, Tom Berry,
Yes.
present. Committee Vice Chair, Brad Stanback.
Here.
Committee Member Mark Craig. Committee Member Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Committee Member Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Hayslip.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Oh, good, thank you. Okay, before we get into the formal meeting, I want to say that the Land Committee and the Small Game Committee got together prior to this meeting and had a wonderful experience going to the Caswell County Game Land and doing that, and then came back to my cabin in Caswell County. We had our land acquisition meeting and a pre-meeting, and I thought we all had a good time. It was very productive. So with that said, So this, Darren, are you gonna go over this land water access rule proposals?
Yes, sir. All right, commissioners, good morning. We'll go real quickly here through our 2024-2025 annual cycle rule proposals that you'll be hearing about in August and October. So this year we have 10 proposals that we're looking at moving forward with. The first one deals with, it's more of a enforcement rule change where they want to change the language in our game lands rules, addressing under the influence of alcohol or narcotic drugs versus under the influence of an impairing substance. This would allow law enforcement, to better enforce this rule on our game lands when they find this kind of behavior. Going forward, we also have a rule to address target shooting on Dover Bay, to prohibit target shooting on Dover Bay because there is a shooting range close enough to that game land. We have just number 2 here is one of 2 rules that we have that are companion rules to what Division of Wildlife Management will be proposing, that you'll hear about later today. In this case, this addresses Buffalo Cove, South Mountains, Kings Creek, game lands, and this rule would keep those game lands consistent with what Wildlife Management proposes in their rules. Our third one is the update the language. In this particular rule, we're actually defining the small game focal area that you guys had asked us to move forward with. So this rule will define that small game focal area and where it is and that it's on the Caswell game land. Our fifth rule. This rule will address Duke properties. Duke has come to us and asked for us to prohibit recreational bike riding on Chatham, Harris, and Lee game lands. So that rule will be addressing that. Our 6th rule is also another rule that goes along with Division of Wildlife Management's rule proposals and changing the seasons in the western part of the state. In this particular case, it addresses Needmore game land, and we're trying to make sure that Needmore game land aligns with what we have on Nantahala game land, since they're in such close proximity to each other. And so the Division of Wildlife Management is trying to add an introductory season, but this would not add it for this one game land. So it stays the same with Nantahala. Our 7th proposal will address scouting, designating a scouting only zone on our North River game land, posted waterfowl impoundment, to kind of keep down on the disturbance of those birds for our hunts and when they're migrating and wintering on that area. Our 8th proposal is going to restrict camping specifically at Thurman Chatham game land. We've had an area that we've had some problems with our camping there, and it's going to restrict it to our September 1st through the last day of February and March 31st through May 14th. Our 9th proposal is going to change the gun either sex season in Montgomery County portions of the Yadkin River game land from moderate to maximum, so it will match what is being done on the private lands around those game lands. And our last proposal, our 10th proposal, is adding new game lands. We're going to add North Bend game land, which is in the northern mountain region, and it will be a permanent only game land. So those are properties that actually came to us from Duke. So a brand new game land established. And so those are the proposals we'll be moving forward with in this proposal cycle. We did have 5 proposals that were brought forward that we are not going to go forward with, which I'll go through very quickly. 2 of these proposals, the first 2 were related to bears on our game lands and whether they can be harvested or taken on Sunday. There was some concern that language kind of affected our enforcement of that, but it was decided that it was how it was put in rule was purposeful, that we wanted to say that they cannot be harvested versus taken, so that they could still be pursued by dogs on Sunday. Our 3rd proposal was related to prohibiting dog hunting on Butler Falls Game Land in Wake County, which we're not going to move forward with. Our fourth proposal was addressing, again, leaving deer stands up after the season or putting up before the season, which we've talked about, I think, last year as well. This was discussed. But the agency feels we do already have the ability to regulate this activity, and we're going to address this in a policy, a well-defined policy, to try and deal with the issues that we're having without bringing it to rule. And our last one, number 5, was also restricting dogs on sandhills, but that we're putting off as well. Any questions?
You made mention about bike trails, what type of bicycles? Are these motorized?
Mountain bikes.
Okay, or
like dirt, like
in other words, something you got to pedal, does not
yes.
have any type of an engine on it.
Yes, yeah,
Maybe better specify that somewhere in there.
okay, it does.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't hear that, but that's fine, yeah.
Right. Absolutely. Any other questions? If not, I'll turn it over to Ben, and Ben will take us through our property matters.
Darren, let me say one thing. It sure was nice having you at our meeting the other day to help clarify some of the stuff that we had questions on. And I want to thank you for being there and sticking around and helping us through a couple of things. So with that, turn it over to Ben.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Hope everybody's doing well today. We have 10 land matters to address. We have 3 phase 1 land acquisition proposals. We have 5 phase 2 and 2 other property matters. We'll start off in Burke County. This is the BK Moore tract. It is 180 acres. It's in South Mountains Game Land. You can see from the overview map that it is a very significant in-holding piece. Our approximate asking price, we don't have one just yet. This property is on the open market. We have communicated with the owner. They would like to work with the Wildlife Commission in a sale, and they're willing to wait on an appraisal. Biological overview of the property is Rich Cove Forest. There is a South Mountain gray cheek salamander present, also several rare plants, including shell bear and blazing star, sweet white trillium, as well as Appalachian cliff fern. Very good wild game on the property, including wild turkey, black bear, white-tailed deer, raccoon, and gray squirrel. And opportunities will include hunting, hiking, bird watching, photography, and nature study. The property scored at a 3.00 or 3.022. It scored well for compatibility of multiple uses, hunting, connectivity to existing conservation lands, as well as presence of game species. And we would plan to purchase this tract with, or potential grants would include wildlife restoration grants, which are our PR dollars, as well as state funds. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the BK Moore tract.
Committee studied it, talked about it, didn't see any reason not to go forward. It's so we too, our committee recommends we go forward. So what we'll do is we'll take these together after we go approve them. Okay, all right, next.
Our next phase 1 consideration is the TAGM 3 Top Mountain Edition. This is 102 acres in Ashe County. This is a partnership project with Blue Ridge Conservancy. It would be in addition to 3 Top Mountain Game Land. Approximate tax value is $250,000. The owner was willing to wait on an appraisal. Blue Ridge Conservancy has been in communication with the landowners. An overview of the property, very biodiverse area, which is very common with most of 3 Top. It's southern central Appalachian oak, as well as northern hardwood forest types. This is part of the Natural Heritage Program, 3 Top Mountain Natural Area, with areas rated as exceptional as well as rare. SGCNs present on the property include ruffed grouse, box turtle, northern pygmy salamander, as well as northern long-eared bat, and very strong presence of game species on the property as well. And potential uses include hunting, hiking, bird watching, photography, and nature study. The property scored at a 3.65, and it scored well for overall biodiversity, connectivity with existing lands, as well as opportunities for hunting and viewing, and We said this is filling an in-holding. You can see it borders 3 Top Mountain Game Land on 2 sides. And is also bringing about some connectivity there on the easternmost or northwesternmost corner of the tract. We would hope to purchase the tract with a NC Land and Water Fund grant. Blue Ridge Conservancy has applied within this Land and Water Fund cycle for funding. And we would potentially match that Land and Water Fund grant with wildlife restoration dollars or state funds. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the TAGM 3 Top Mountain tract.
Again, staff does a great job of putting all this stuff together. We saw no objections to anything that they brought forward. Just a matter of information, and Ben just mentioned it, but wildlife restoration funds is a new verbiage, you might say, for Pittman Robinson money. So if you're kind of wondering what that means, where that money is, we all know where PR comes from. Okay, we concur.
So moving forward, we have our last phase 1 proposal. It's the Hancock tract. This is at Tillery Game Land. It's roughly a 45-acre tract, Halifax County. Approximate asking price is $106,000. It is adjacent to our longleaf tract at Tillery Game Land, where we have a lot of ongoing longleaf restoration work. It is approximately 40 acres of forested land and about 6 acres of open field. We hope to manage that open field as some new dove field opportunity for the public. The tract will definitely benefit from some of our proposed management, including prescribed fire, forest thinning, and eventual longleaf restoration to match up with the adjacent game land there. Potential uses are consistent with game land, including hunting, hiking, bird watching, and photography. It scored really well at a 4.224. Scored well for habitat restoration potential, timber harvest, hunting and viewing opportunities, as well as connectivity with adjacent lands. And potential grants will include wildlife restoration PR dollars, as well as state funds. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Hancock tract.
We had some discussion about access, but it was minimal, and we worked through that. The committee has no objections to moving this one forward either.
So that being our final phase 1, it'd be good to have a vote to move the 3 of those forward.
So, Brad, you want to make a motion to approve these in phase 1?
Move these 3 forward.
All in favor?
Sorry.
Okay.
On this.
All right, moving forward, we have 5 phase 2 projects to consider. The first being a partnership acquisition with Mainspring Conservation Trust. It is a 95-acre tract in Macon County. This would be in addition to Needmore Game Land, and really it would just be solidifying state ownership here. It is currently owned by Mainspring and enrolled in Game Land. The approximate asking price for the tract is $616,000, and this tract has very, very strong aquatic habitat presence. This acquisition will bring about total protection of Goldmine Creek, which is a headwater of Burningtown Creek, which is exceptional and ranked as exceptional, and I believe rare by the Natural Heritage Program. There's a presence of Appalachian elk toe, slipper shell mussel, Tennessee club shell, spotfin chub, blended sculpin, and wounded darter there in Goldmine, as well as Burningtown. It's rich in game species as well. And you'll see here in a second in the detail map that this acquisition will bridge Needmore to Forest Service owned Nantahala game land. This will bring about and solidify opportunities for hunting, fishing, hiking, and bird watching for the public. The property scored at a 3.731. It scored well for access improvement. Failed to mention that, but access to the state maintained road via this tract brings public access to a portion of Needmore game land that was previously inaccessible. So that was a huge perk, scored well for that, as well as quality habitat and hunting opportunities. The property appraised at $6,083 an acre in 2001. And as I mentioned, this is a partnership with Mainspring Conservation Trust. This will be a bargain sale. Main Spring Conservation Trust has applied for a NC Land and Water Fund grant. That grant was awarded last cycle in the amount of $215,491. It was matched with bargain sale, which were dominantly private donations that will stay in the property, for a total of $616,059. Total stewardship estimates include boundary establishment at $35,800, and staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Kelly Cove tract.
Just for comment, phase 2, we need to pay special attention to these. We approve them in phase 1, they go to phase 2, staff does additional work, secures the funding. In this case, the great news, it's a bargain sale. It's clean water funds. It doesn't necessarily come out of the Wildlife Commission's budget with PR and other sources. But I would like you to take 30 seconds and explain to us the difference between a donation and a bargain sale.
Yes, sir. So a lot of times in our partnerships with land trust, this is a good example of a bargain sale. They fundraise and they're willing to leave those dollars in the project and offer a greatly reduced purchase amount to us as a state entity. And in those situations, those dollars that are left in the ground, as bargain sale, that bargain sale is often matched towards other grants, whether they're state grants or federal grants. But essentially, a bargain sale is a greatly reduced purchase amount. And that's due to a lot of the fundraising efforts that our state land trusts are able to accomplish. And those dollars will stay in the ground. So,
And donations, obviously, just a pure donation. Where we
donation.
get it, and there's no working dollars going forward to cover 25% of PR or whatever.
Correct. Donations are free and clear. Here in this example, if the NC Land and Water Fund grant that Main Spring applied for, if they had not chosen to assign that grant to WRC, and if they had kept it in Main Spring's name, this property would have come free and clear as a donation. So.
Got it. Okay, anybody have any questions? We'll take them up at the end. Move forward.
All right, next up is our Griffin tract. This is a 7-acre tract in Buncombe County. It'll be in addition to Sandy Mush Game Land. Access to the tract is from Griffin Branch Road. I know that was one of our questions earlier in the week. The game species present include wild turkey, black bear, white-tailed deer, gray squirrel, rabbit, and quail. Acquisition will ensure some ecosystem integrity on this portion of Sandy Mush Game Land. And opportunities for the public will include hunting, bird watching, wildlife photography, and general nature study. And the tract scored at a 2.196. It scored well for protection of developable land. Most land in Buncombe County is extremely high value and very sought after for development. So we would like to see this property conserved to prevent that. It's also scored well for compatibility to adjoining game land and filling in an inholding, or in this case, an outskirt of our existing game land. The property appraised to $56,000. We will purchase the tract with wildlife restoration dollars, PR dollars, at $56,000, and the total stewardship estimate for boundary establishment is $200. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Griffin tract.
Again, committee didn't have any problem with that, so we'll move this one forward and take them up at the end and approve them all by vote. Okay, Richardson tract.
Yeah, next up is the Richardson tract. This is a small in-holding piece. It's a partnership, or this wasn't a partnership, but partnership work with Blue Ridge Conservancy. You can see there's a big void space. You probably see it on your iPads. You may be able to see it better up here. There's a big void space between the existing 3 Top Mountain game land and this 2.5 acre piece. That void is made up of one parcel that we are working with Blue Ridge Conservancy on. It is a donation. We viewed it, I believe, in 2022. It's called 3 Top East Edition. So that tract will be coming to WRC very soon. That's about 355 acres. I know we discussed that earlier in the week. There's also some adjacent Blue Ridge Conservancy work. It's a 90-acre donation. That's just north of this 2.5 acre piece. That's the Rash tract that we viewed in 2022 as well. This tract consists of 2.5 acres of Appalachian oak forest. It is within the Natural Heritage Program Three-Top Mountain Natural Area, and it will be filling in an in-holding for us and preventing issues down the road. The overall land investigation score is a 2.317. It scored well for filling in an in-holding and buffer to existing conservation land. It appraised at $22,575, and we plan to cover that with state funds. And the total stewardship costs are estimated at $1,500 for boundary establishment. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Richardson tract.
This is a, kind of a different kind of animal here, being it's a few acres in the middle of nowhere. But the fact that we feel like we're going to get this other land is the motivator for us to go forward with this. It's not a huge amount of money, and it's available now, and we feel comfortable that we will be getting the rest of it.
Correct. And Blue Ridge Conservancy has already conserved the property in between. We're just in the process of the transfer this time. So that's
It's
already been
conserved,
recorded.
but it doesn't necessarily mean we can use it.
Excuse me.
It doesn't necessarily mean that we can, the general public for wildlife, it's not a game land or a public game property that we own that we can use.
Correct. Not yet.
But it will be.
Yes, sir.
And it'll all come together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
So with no questions, we'll move forward to the Spencer Bay tracts, being plural. This is a large property in Hyde County that we have been very fortunate to work with Coastal Land Trust on. It is a 2,966 acre assemblage. It will likely be in addition to Gold Rock Game Land. The tax value of the property is $1.5 million. The dialed in asking price is $4,293,000. And about biological overview of the property, we could probably talk about this property for 30 minutes if we had Janice up here from Coastal Land Trust, but very, very unique property. This large 214 acres submerged aquatic vegetation saltwater impoundment is one of a kind. You can't create these saltwater impoundments anymore. So it's a very unique opportunity to have that in our game lands program for public use. The property outside the impoundment is primarily tidal brackish marsh. And the tract does border several different bays, which are primary and secondary fishing nursery areas. Really important nursery habitat for our coastal fish. There are 63 SGCNs identified on the property. There was mention of all of the marsh habitat being excellent black duck nesting areas, and I should retract that. Not all of the marsh areas, but the outskirts where it borders the bays, it was just the right mix of grass and marsh habitat that suit black duck nesting. Potential uses will likely include permit hunts on the impoundment, as well as open waterfowl hunting on the perimeter of these tracts, which will be accessed. The perimeter of the tracts will be accessed by boat only. The overall score is a 2.878. It scored well for hunting and viewing, as well as biodiversity and presence of SGCN species. We actually had, Darren and I had the privilege of getting to see this property when we were down at the coast doing some field visits. And we went, I want to say it was either late March, early April, and there were a few ducks, couple pockets of teal, probably I'd say 20 or 30 ducks on there. But again, it was late March, but what stood out to us was the presence of shorebirds. So I'm sure that Sarah's group will really enjoy some shorebird survey work in the area and on the impoundment. The property appraised for $4.2 million, specifically $4,293,000. It is a bargain sale with NC Coastal Land Trust. And I included all of the fundraising efforts that Coastal Land Trust has. First being a NACA grant in the amount of $1,483,000, a NC Land and Water Fund grant at $1.9 million, Private funds at 250,000. And our contribution here are the PR wildlife restoration dollars at 660,000 to make up a total acquisition amount of 4,293,000. Our estimated 5-year stewardship costs are boundary establishment, impoundment management, blind installation, dike maintenance, as well as pump conversion. So our estimate is higher than normal with a lot of the infrastructure management at $243,175. And our estimated revenue is $10,000. And that is permit revenue from permit applications from the public. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Spencer Bay tracks.
Okay. Landon's got a question before I got a couple comments. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Landon.
Mr. Chairman. And this is for, I guess, for you and for everyone, is there a better way? I know we just redid the overall land investigation analysis. I don't know, what past 5 years, I'd say, but is there a way to maybe show like a better list? Like, okay, this one, like 3,000 acres, that's a lot of land you want. So like, overall, I'm sure there's tons of species there. I think y'all discussed that. So that would rate really highly, is there a way to see a bar graph or something? Because those numbers, I see 2.8, 2.2, 3.2, and the 2.2 one's great because it's filling in a hole, but this one's great because it's a big area. Is there a way we can kind of like drill down and see? I'm thinking about just
Sure.
more of a,
So
instead
to
of a number.
answer your question, we had discussion at our pre-meeting about that very thing. And we do extensively grade these things.
Right.
And can we get him the grading schedule on this track?
Yes,
It's
sir.
extensive. It's almost too much information.
Right.
And we were going to try to simplify it. And so it's a pertinent question, and thank you for bringing it up. But
I just think that, seeing like a more spatial graph, like, where, okay, this point's really high here, point's really high here not so much. But then you could see visually maybe why it rates a little higher. Like here, I'm sure, climate change, this one will rate lower, but that's not enough to overcome all the benefits. So it'd just be interesting to see what are these, I know I've seen the in-depth numbers, but just maybe drilling down a little more, I don't know.
You'd be surprised what we're getting ready to give you.
All
But,
right.
and if you could see a way to improve it, that'd be great also. So one thing that the committee has talked about over the years is that, what would change if we didn't buy this? Who's going to do anything different? Here we are, a party to, $4 million worth of acquisition of land. And if it wasn't for our, the other sources of bargain sale, and funds, private funds, and then, we're really only putting our PR money on about 660,000 in it. And you might say that whole, duck impoundment area right there and the lodge, et cetera, might be worth that. But, there's something to think about. What's going to happen to it? Who's going to do what? I mean, why should we be putting all this money in it? But, obviously there's other funds that want to help us. So it just makes perfect sense for us to go forward with it. And the funding is a significant part of the decision-making process. If we were looking at buying and all that, I think we'd all be sitting around here for 30 minutes saying, is this really what we want to do? But with other that, but yeah, thanks for your thought. Any questions? Yeah.
Yep. One concern I have with a lot of these coastal tracks is that with sea level rise, a lot of it may be underwater in 50 years.
Just
But
that.
The flip side of that I've heard from the Nature Conservancy and Conservation Fund is we've got intact salt marsh, and as sea level rises, that needs to migrate inland. And this tract has significant acreage where that can happen, and you can still have a healthy salt marsh along the edge, even if you get a reduction in the total acreage of land.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Any other questions?
Okay.
All right, I think we all agree to push it forward as staff recommended. Okay,
And one other thing just popped in my head, Commissioner Zimmer, we'll be taking a look at our phase 1 form and how we process and evaluate in that phase 1 investigation. And we hope to make it a little more clear, more concise, and have it in a format that's easily presentable when you're looking through the agenda.
Yeah, I know,
for each
thank you.
lap meeting. So we should have a little something coming this fall.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. So moving forward, we have our final phase 2 proposal, which is the Paynes Branch tract. This is a partnership with the Conservation Fund. And this is a 209 acre tract in Forsyth County. There is a small sliver, which you'll see in the detail map, that overlaps in Stokes County. This would be a new game land or a potential WCA, wildlife conservation area. The approximate asking price is $609,000. One of the biggest selling points for WRC on this tract, it will establish a new game land in a underserved region of the state. This has been a priority of the committee for some time, at least the last couple of years. I know it's been a priority since I've been here in this role. And there's also very significant watershed protection of Townport Creek and the Dan River. The property is easily accessed off Edwards Road, so there is good public access. And to mention, there is some additional adjacent conservation work that the Conservation Fund is working through as we speak. And there's a 488 acre tract to the north that will abut this tract. That is, so it's very strong potential for expansion here in the next 1 to 2 years. Potential uses will include hunting opportunities for big game and small game, as well as wildlife viewing and outdoor photography. The tract scored at a 2.222. It scored well for proximity to users. This tract is not far from Winston-Salem. It's really right outside of Rural Hall. Very high population area with not a lot of access to public hunting lands. So scored well for proximity to users as well as hunting and viewing opportunities. It appraised at $609,000. This is another example of a bargain sale with a conservation partner. Private funds make up about 50% of the acquisition amount, $304,500. There was a NIFWIF coal ash grant that was able to cover $150,000. And our staff over in Habitat Conservation Division, Shannon Deaton, was very key in helping to secure those funds, those coal ash monies. And we will match those two sources with wildlife restoration PR dollars at $154,500 for a total of $609,000. The 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates are for boundary establishment and parking establishment at $7,093 and no total revenue. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Paynes Branch tract.
Yes, we had lots of discussion on this, and we came to the conclusion that we needed to move forward. The Conservation Fund is working very diligently on securing the additional 400 acres, which will make this 600 acres, which will in turn make it, feasible to open it up to permit hunting and accessibility to the Forsyth County and surrounding counties. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that Bill Holman will bring in the other track, and we'll be able to put this together and have the beginnings of a significant game land over time. So it fills that bill of underserved areas. So we're really happy and kind of excited about this one. Okay.
So that was our final phase 2 proposal. We'd like to lump those together and move those forward.
So we want to take them all as a group and make a motion that we approve these properties.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, second. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor? Committee will take this forward to be approved by the full committee tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we have 2 other property
We got a
matters.
couple of little things, yeah.
Yep, 2 other property matters today. The first being a easement request at our North Bend boating access area in Burke County. This land was previously owned by Duke, and part of the transfer, if you want to call it the acquisition plan, there was a riparian buffer easement that is to be recorded on this tract. It is 100 foot in width, and the approximate area is 2.8 acres. And staff recommend moving forward with approving this conservation easement as it was a part of the original acquisition plan with Duke Energy.
Who owns that land? I mean,
We currently own it.
okay.
And so boating access area is, I think, soon to be developed later in the year. And they've already cleared the site. This easement will not impair or hinder construction of the access area in any way. There are allowances that spell that out in the easement language. So we have no concern there.
So we don't see any potential issues with access, et cetera, that would, any special wording or there, we approved, we looked at all that stuff. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We're
And just to
good.
mention, the track to the north is part of our larger transfer from Duke Energy, what will soon be Bridgewater Game Land that Darren mentioned in our regulation proposal this morning. So the tracks to the north will establish a new game land. This was part of kind of the package. This will bring about a new access area for recreational use. So moving forward, we have a DOT easement request in Henderson County. This is a bridge replacement project. It's adjacent to our Kings Bridge Wildlife Conservation Area. This is a request for a permanent right-of-way, a drainage easement, a utility easement, as well as a temporary construction easement. And compensation provided by DOT was calculated at $37,075. And if you're looking on your iPad, for some reason, our easement area was in square feet. But that area that you see is approximately 4.18 acres that will be in easement. And staff recommend approval of this easement request from DOT.
We don't have much choice. So approved, you might say. Okay.
All right, and that's our final other property matter. We'll need a vote for these two as well to move them forward for a final vote at tomorrow's commission meeting.
Right. Okay, we got anything else?
These are the last two land property matters.
So you want us to take a vote on these, and so
On
we'll
these two.
bring it forward. Okay, so motion approval. Discussion, all in favor, committee? Aye. We're good to go to full board tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
That wraps it up on my part, and I think we're at additional topics. If you had any other topics to discuss.
Since we got 30 seconds, I'll just say I had dinner with Mike Fox, head of DOT the other day. Landon, he was talking a lot about you. I want you to know, man.
Not too much.
Yeah, anyway, they want to do stuff with us, and they're gonna look around to see if there's any land that they need to just give to us or whatever. They were trying to help us out up there at the Castle Game Land, wanting to know if there's any way we could figure it out, and Chris and I had some discussions, and there just really was anything they could do. But it's nice to have them want to try to do some stuff with us. And so they said they'd look for some stuff, and Chris said he'd look around the game lands and see if there's any properties that are held. They did give us a nice piece of property several years ago in Castle County, right there in Milton, across the bridge, and it has turned into a pretty nice addition to the game land. It's only about 100 acres, but it's right there to landing. So anyway, we'll keep our eyes and ears open for that. So does anybody else have any information or ideas, thoughts, discussion? That said, we're closed, Mr. Chairman.
1:45, we'll adjourn after lunch.
Just the mulcher to go in there. Just got the mulcher 2 months ago. So far, we've got we've completed 11 acres with it, and it's gonna be working continuously now. We were able to do almost 11 miles of A-boom mowing, and only about the last 2 miles of that's been done with the new one. We had an old unit that we done some repairs on and serviced it and was able to use it, and it'll be transferred to a depot that doesn't have an A-boom mower, but all the A-booms being done with that new one we have now. And we had 120 acres identified for drag scarification with the Hurstville drag. So Hurstville drag is 3 sections of bulldozer tracks that's all independently float, but all welded to a bar that attaches to the draw pin or the 3-point hitch on a tractor. And you drag it around through the woods to scarify the ground. So it kind of does what a logging operation does when they're skidding and pulling trees. That's gonna help stimulate herbaceous vegetation. So after you go in and you mulch an area with the mulcher and all that stuff starts coming back, we're gonna go in and spray it with a herbicide, and then we're gonna go in and drag it, and then we're gonna start getting that herbaceous component that we need on the forest floor. So that's just a map of the area if you're not familiar with Caswell, but so that the technicians up there know, here's the blocks where you're gonna go do the mulching. Here's what the mulching looks like. This is our original hardwood savanna. This picture on the left was taken just a couple of months ago. And the picture on the right was taken 2 weeks ago. So you can see the vegetation that's growing up, a lot of pine, a whole lot of stemmy hardwoods from stump sprouts. And we go in there with the mulcher and open it up. August, that area there, the showing on the right, will be sprayed. And then in October, it'll be dragged. And then next March or April, it'll be burned. So by manipulating it and putting that much disturbance in the area, we're going to stimulate that herbaceous ground cover that we're needing. Another example, this is one of our dove fields. It had a hedgerow that used to be native warm season grasses where the hunters could set in and hunt. And you see what it has grown up in, Atlantis, tree of heaven. The mulcher can take care of tree of heaven real easy. It's a pretty soft wood species and it doesn't take any time to knock that down with the mulcher. So it looks a whole lot better. All right, this is a fire line. We have miles and miles of fire line on Caswell game lands, and on the small game focal area, there's over 40 miles of fire line that has to be maintained. Woody vegetation continues to grow in. You can see on the left what it looks like with many years of growth. And we'll take the A-boom mower in there, knock off a good 10 to 12 feet on each side, open it back up, get sunlight in there. Because we always plant the fire lines the fall before we burn them in the spring. You got to have some daylight in there for those fall plantings to grow. So the A-boom mower helps in that effort. That's just a drag scarification 120 acre map. All right, timber harvest. The biggest part of getting the small game focal area back into greater than 51% usable habitat is timber harvest. So we completed the planned unit on, there's 6 planting units in the small game focal area. Each year, we're gonna do a different planting unit for timber harvest. So the plan had called for 185 acres. It was sold last year, it was cut, started cutting last summer right after turkey season. They finished up right before muzzleloader season came in this past November. It called for 185 acres. Estimated receipts was $73,000. Once we got in there, we needed to connect these habitats together by getting clearance through Natural Heritage Program to thin through some of these hardwoods to link these upland pine plantations. We ended up having 247 acres is actually what was done with the first unit timber harvest, generated $155,000. We have already marked and already sold the timber that's to be harvested this coming summer in planting unit number 2. Our planned estimated 315 acres. Once we marked it on the ground, GPS'd it, or 337 acres that'll have timber harvest done on it, starting any time now. There is a caveat to that. Timber market's not any good right now. The mills have everybody on quotas. With the timber contract, we give 2 different summers for the loggers to remove the timber. We're hoping they're gonna jump on it this year, that the market will open up, that they'll get enough quota to move that wood. I mean, they need to move about 50 loads a week. Right now, the mill gives them about 10. They can't make a living moving 10 loads, so they cut somewhere else. So hopefully to stay on track, they'll be able to start timber harvest here this summer. This is a picture of that unit 1 that was complete. Everything that's highlighted in blue was pine plantations that was originally clear cut with the CURE program. It was clear cut in 2003, planted 2004. Thin, first time thinning at 18 years of age last year. The places highlighted in yellow here are these hardwood stands that we went ahead and thinned through. And this is an older, mature, shortleaf pine stand. So that ended up being that 247 acre sale. This is the planned unit for this coming year that I told you is already marked and sold. It's a little bit hard to see, but everything that's in a diagonal hatching is where timber work will be done. And then all of our fields are highlighted in the different colors. So as you can see, as the timber work is done each year, and then mulching in areas that the fire didn't maintain in other stands outside of what was thin, because all the mid-story stuff will be knocked down in these thinning stands. And we put the burn in there. These acres of habitat's gonna start expanding. So it's a multi-year process, but we had the people, we had the equipment, we're well on our way. So what's it look like? Here's 18-year-old Wild Valley pine in the management unit number 1 before. The right photo is what it looks like after. It's averaging 50 basal area. We did get a burn on that section of it. We've divided these up. Our burn blocks this year averaged 38 acres per burn block in the focal area, which is a whole lot less than what it used to average. It used to be about 75, because you want burned, unburned, burned, unburned. This was the first part of the timber sale that they started on after turkey season last year. We ended up getting enough fuel, which means pine needles falling to the forest floor, a little bit of grasses that grew the first year where it would carry a fire. The stuff that they finished thinning over in August and September, we got to wait and burn it this next coming year. It didn't have enough fuel to put fire on it. There's one of the older mature stands. It's a mixture of pine hardwood. There's the before and the after shot. So you can see we're really opening it up. Picture on the left is that part that was burned again this year. The picture on the right is one of those hardwood stands. Again, we're shooting for about 40 to 50 basal area in the hardwood stands, knowing that consecutive years of fire is going to take out some of those trees. Because ideally we want it at 30. But if you start off at 30 basal area in your hardwood and then you burn and you do this site manipulation, you're going to end up with about 10 basal area 10 years later, because you're going to have some natural mortality. So what we do with prescribed burning? Well, to do everything we're supposed to do, the plan calls for 1,134 acres per year and 24 miles of fire line to be burned. The prescriptions for this past year that we just got out of went in before the small game focal area plan was approved by the commission. So here's what we actually had in the prescriptions: 878 acres to burn, maintain 19 miles of fire line. So how did we do? Well, we got 746 acres on the focal area burned this year. On all of Caswell, we got 1,440, and we maintained 18.8 miles. So we didn't meet our goal, but we're going to get there because we had 3 brand new people. This was their first year burning. We had to get them trained. They had to learn how to use the equipment. We averaged 23 burn days a year. This year at Caswell, we only got 20. We were averaging about 90 acres a day burning. We used to average more than that, but we burnt big blocks, 200 or 300 acres at a time. Well, we don't want 200 or 300 acres black all at once if we're managing for small game. So we had to make smaller blocks, which took a little bit more time because you you actually end up with a whole lot more fire line to maintain when you're doing these small blocks versus just a perimeter fire line around a big old block. But we're on our way, and the 1,440 acres on Castle beat the previous best, which was 1,200. So we did make up some capacity, and that's gonna get better as time goes on and we get more seasoned folks. Hopefully a few more burn days. That's Castle Game Lands in the green. Everything in red is what we burnt. We burnt 21 blocks on the focal area. We burnt 32 blocks total. So 12 blocks was outside of the focal area. The focal area is this section right here. All right, just a few pictures of burning for those of y'all that have not seen it. This is our annual burn. Been burned annually for 29 years now. We stopped there on the tour where I told you we have the miscanthus, the invasive species of grass. It's lush and green now. And I told you, you know, it makes quite a fire when you're burning it off in March or April. You can see that it's brown there, pretty good flames. There's the before and after shot. On that track, here's where we're burning through the hardwood stands. All right, the last part of it is field planting and maintenance. 212 acres total on the focal area. But this May and June, when we started with the spring crops, the crew has planted 44.7 acres. And there shows you the mix of what we've done. And there was 5 acres of just reseeding log decks. So of course, we don't use the mulcher only for in the woods. We had a few fields that over the years had got away from us where bush hog wouldn't tackle it. So they did reclaim 5 acres of field with the mulching machine. And with that offset, that heavy duty disc hair, we got 1 acre. There's going to be 55 acres is planned for this fall for successional disking. But it won't start till October. That's the time of the year we want to do that for the crops that we're wanting to come back. And around the edges of the fields, we're not going to get knocked off the tractors anymore because we took care of it by A-booming 2.3 miles. So that's kind of what has happened in the last couple of months with on the ground work. And then of course, getting all the equipment ordered. So we are on our way and folks are working there hard, and hopefully next year when I give you a report, we're gonna have a whole lot more acres. And then of course, we're doing summer breeding quail counts, and we're doing fall covey counts. And as we start stacking up data on that, of course, that'll be presented. We track everything we do on a monthly basis. So look forward to giving you more results in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And while you're still up there, I want to kind of go back on a little bit. I think while Chris is still there, might be a good time for some quick questions if you have any about Caswell. But we will move on, but I just want to do the floor for any questions. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation. Do other game lands, do y'all use best practices across the state? Or is it kind of like these little petri dishes? Hey, this worked here for us, this worked here, we're gonna share it. Or, I mean, is there kind of like a statewide plan, or is it each game land to game land?
Well, there's different plans for each game land, but a lot of the same practices are used. The difference on this area, that this is like 5 times the intensity that it is on other areas. Because it takes a lot of time and effort to manage just 4,900 acres. And just in the Piedmont, in the area that I'm responsible for, we got 321,000 acres of game lands. So it's done on a smaller scale on other game lands. But if you're going to manage intensively for small game and fight encroachment of woody vegetation, you got to be on it with disturb it constantly.
I guess I'm thinking like Holly Shelter. I know y'all I think maybe more Pete and Holly Shelter, and I know they're both sandy, but those are kind of similar. Y'all share best practices and thought, I mean, amongst between the two game lands, I guess, or is it just?
Yes, all the game lands use similar type stuff, although the soils will tell you what you can do on some. I mean, some of the practices we do on the sand hills, because of longleaf and wiregrass ecosystem, is we're not going to go out there and do as much ground disturbance because you're not fighting encroachment of woody vegetation, sweet gums, maples, sourwood. you're growing wiregrass and pine trees. So you don't have to disturb it as much. And if you did, you'd be hurting your wiregrass part that you have. So it all depends on the soils. Of course, all of our soils in the Piedmont are mineral soils, so that makes a big difference also versus getting down to the coastal plain and the peat soils.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Chris, I think it's fair to say that each of those game lands are managed for not just where they are, but also what you're trying to manage to. And in this particular case, we're trying to manage to the small game specifically. And so that's a management practice that might not be the same for like deer or something else necessarily. And also depending on where you are. Is that kind of a fair statement?
Well, it's a fair statement that we're managing with more intensity for small game at Castle and trying to link these habitats. Because what normally happens and where small game and any early successional species gets in trouble is there's too much fragmentation of habitats. So we do small game work as well as turkey work and bear work and deer work on portions of all of our game lands, but it doesn't all link together to provide that great habitat over a large area. And that's what we're doing here at Castle.
Thank you. And to that point, as we're reclaiming and bringing this back into the fold for small game, the work doesn't stop once there's not a stopping point. This is continuous. And we've had some property or some land that kind of got away from us, as Chris said, that we've now gotten back. And so you're going to hear me singing this song for a long time that it's never going to be over. We're going to be managing this along with all our game lands, but we're managing this for the small game for the long haul. So even though we've got the equipment and the personnel, that's not the end game. It's continuing to be managed and it's just part of what we're going to be doing. So thank you, Chris. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Jim,
Sure.
I just want to say, of those of us that went over there and toured, yourself, John Alexander, with Chris and Ben and Darren, Chris, just want to thank you guys for the tour. It was very informative and you've done a great job of explaining this thing. It's another example of our staff and what a great job they do. Thank you.
It is.
Yes, sir. Really enjoyed giving the tour. Anytime somebody wants one, let us know. Because when we get you out there in the woods and talk about it, it really makes a lot of sense and it shows it better than a few pictures.
Great professionalism down there.
Really was. And again, to piggyback on Tom, but that was a great tour you gave us, Chris, you and all your staff. It was wonderful and really appreciate the work y'all are doing. It shows got your heart in it and that's much appreciated.
Yeah,
By the way,
I
Ben,
have to
thank you
add that, you guys got stuck down in the bottom there. and
Ben,
we-
Next on the agenda
we
is.
got down there pulling you out. Okay.
Ben and
We
Mr.
should,
Chairman,
I
on TV as
understand
well.
that. Yeah.
Evidently, go down there fishing that creek. Is that what you were doing? That's the only reason I can understand why you'd be there that long.
We were taking soil samples.
Yeah.
Deep off of the front
Ben
forward.
took most of them. Moving on. The next on the agenda is going to be Brad with the small game rule proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna get through these as quick as I can here now so we can get to the turkey stuff. So I wanted to, for the small game committee, this is really talking about our regulated activities portion, our 10H rules, and it specifically focused on controlled hunting preserves, field trials, and dog training. Just a little background, about a little over a year ago, we convened a group of law enforcement and wildlife staff to try to write an internal document to explain and answer the questions about what you can do in a controlled shooting preserve, what you can do dog training, what's a propagator license for, what are the rules for field trials. And it took us a year and we still didn't answer all the questions just for internal staff. So we took a step back and decided we're going to dig into these rules and we're going to try to fix these rules to make them clearer and clean up some stuff. So that's what we did. Our current rules are found in multiple sections in NCAC. There's contradictory information in there. Some of it require unnecessary restrictions that we really don't need anymore. Some of the necessary restrictions aren't clear. So you can see the list of rules impacted here, but this is all one big attempt to clean up some of this. So here's a general description of what these changes are. We'll dig into the rule text again, of course, in August, but so we're going to move all the rules pertaining to dog training and field trials, which are now in our 10B rules, which is typically our hunting season rules. And a couple of years ago in her wisdom, wisdom, Carrie created the 10H regulated activities section, and that's where these belong. So we're going to move them all over to 10H. We're going to split dog training and field trials because that was very confusing. Field trials are one thing, dog training is something else, and they got a little bit different rules. So we're going to split those two separate rules. There'll be one specific rule for dog training outside of the season. We updated the text throughout. Last year, we got a definition inserted into the statute in the GS 113 that actually defines domestically raised waterfowl and game birds. So now, rather than having to identify all the different species, that's identified in statute. That's mallards, bobwhite quail, pheasants, Hungarian partridges, and chuckers. So that's what that means when you see that word. We're going to remove the requirement to band or mark birds for the purposes of dog training, except for mallards, which is required by federal law. So if you're using ducks in dog training or whatever, you still have to ban the ducks. Otherwise, you don't have to ban them in dog training or controlled hunting preserves. We're going to tweak the game bird propagator's license authorization a little bit. We're just going to make that authorized purchase, possess, propagate, sell, transfer, and transfer. We're going to remove the release component of that because all you need to release birds now based on these changes is going to be a hunting license. That'll clarify that everybody out there training their dogs don't have to have a game bird propagator license to put the birds out. They just have to have a hunting license, but they have to buy their birds from a licensed game bird propagator. So that'll clean up a big point of confusion for dog training outside of season. Right now, it will limit the number of domestically raised game birds that can be released per day by individuals that are licensed hunters for training dogs. Now, currently the proposal is 6 per person. That's the limit of quail during the hunting season. There's been continued discussions with staff, and I'll certainly take feedback from any of you guys about what that number should be. But in August, we're going to have settled on a number that we're going to recommend to be the number of birds per individual. Otherwise, if you don't limit it, then people are basically doing put and take shooting. I mean, they can put as many as they want out there. They're dog training, but they're not. So we need to put some cap. That doesn't apply to controlled shooting preserves. They can release as many as they want. We're going to clarify that domestically raised waterfowl, which are mallards, that's the only thing that's legal in these put and take situations, can only be hunted during the open days of the waterfowl season, except on the day they're released. So if people are doing a tower shoot or whatever, they can shoot the mallards on any time during the controlled hunting preserve on the day of release. And if they're dog training, they can take the birds outside of season on the day of release. But if they're doing any kind of other controlled shooting preserve, early release, anything like that, it clarifies that that is within the legal waterfowl season. Another pretty significant change, we're going to reduce the size of controlled shooting preserves from 100 acres to 50 acres. We know landscape is shrinking in North Carolina and available land, and 50 acres is certainly a big enough piece of property to have a controlled shooting preserve on. And then we're going to clean up the posting of the controlled shooting preserves. Right now, the text in NCAC is like this long of all the things that they have to put on this sign. This is going to clean it up and say you have to post your property front and back sides, but all it has to say is licensed controlled hunting preserve. None of this, all this other stuff that everybody has to try to get figured out. That's the 10H. That's our attempt at cleaning those rules up, basically so we can answer people's questions. Can I do this? Yes. Can I do that? Nope. And we tried to remove unnecessary things and articulate the other. Another kind of interesting and big change, we wanted to try to get ringneck pheasants unclassified as an upland game bird species, but we didn't quite get there with that because that's over in statute. But we are going to split our pheasant season. We have confirmed and do know that we still have a persistent population of pheasants on the Outer Banks, and there are people that go hunt them. We checked with the Seashore and other folks over there, so we do know they're still reproducing pheasants over there. It's the only place in the state that we know that they exist. So we're going to, on the Outer Banks, we're going to keep our current pheasant season, but except for we're going to match it to the quail season. It's a little different than the quail season now. So we're going to We're gonna make the pheasant season match the quail season, and it will have the same limit, bag limit restrictions and possession limits and male harvest only and everything, just like the pheasant season has been for years now. On the mainland, we're gonna change it, and we're gonna basically establish the pheasant season from what ultimately amounts to opening day of dove season through the end of small game season, through the end of February. And there won't be any restrictions, no bag limit restrictions, no sex restrictions, none of that. Because all the pheasants on the mainland are escapees from either dog training or controlled shooting preserves. There are no reproducing pheasants on the mainland. So that will clean up. Can I shoot a pheasant in, February in whatever county? Yep. As long as you got a hunting license, you can do it. And it doesn't matter what sex it is, although most of them are going to be roosters anyway, because that's what everybody uses. But anyway, so that's clean up for that. This one, honestly, Mr. Chairman, I threw this one in this committee because I don't really know where it fits, but we're going to make a tweak. It's still a 10H rule to the wildlife damage control agents rules. We've had a couple situations come up where a wildlife damage control agent has had their license suspended for a variety of different reasons. And so they just basically circle back around and got their spouse or some other individual to get a license, and then they just signed up to be a technician certification. So this will clarify that if you get suspended from one, you're suspended from all. You can't circle back and get and continue your business as a quote unquote technician. So that's just a minor clarification. That's the introduction. We can deep dive those in the rule committee. I'm available if you guys peruse this and have some questions. Those kind of things where, I think we've been pretty successful at cleaning some of this stuff up and making it, more understandable for us and our constituents. So I hope this will help that.
Thank you, Brad. I think that went a long ways in cleaning up some of that stuff. Appreciate all your work and all the staff's work on it.
I should acknowledge Hannah and the whole crew of folks who dove into this thing and spent literally the better part of a year going through this. And, and I'm working with Carrie. We still think we think we've got the text right, but we're still going to be working on it.
Thank you very much, and wonderful segue into Hannah, who's up next. Hannah Plumpton's going to give us the wild turkey harvest update. A lot of good work on that, and what you're going to hear, I think, eventually is how much more good work is coming. We've got a lot of good data coming in for our October meeting. I think that will shed some light on some questions you may have now. But anyway, with that, Hannah, I'll let you take it from there.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. We're gonna talk about the spring turkey harvest, and I know there's been some chatter, so we're gonna go a little deeper in dive than we typically do. And since we're short on time, we're gonna buckle up and move along, so hang on. So North Carolina had a record harvest this past year with over 24,000 birds. We passed our previous harvest record set in 2020. Now, we are not alone in experiencing an increase in harvest. Many states across the Southeast had a noticeable increase in harvest this year, as well as our friends to the north in Virginia also set a record harvest. So while we set a record harvest in North Carolina, the harvest was not uniform across the state. Different districts had various numbers of harvests, particularly in districts 2, 3, and 4 had much higher harvest numbers comparatively to districts 1, 7, and 9. They had almost double than that. And if we look across the last 23 years or so, we can see that the mountain or the coastal and Piedmont regions, the number of harvest has been increasing, where the mountain region has been slightly increasing, but maintaining a steady number of harvests for the last decade. So if people are telling you that there's no turkeys in the mountains, well, our data is showing that they're still harvesting the same amount for the last decade. But when we look at this harvest, while these numbers are accurate, are telling us this, that we're kind of comparing apples and oranges here. If we look at Duplin County down in the southeast region, it's a large county. It's very agriculture based. There's a lot of area to hunt. We'd imagine that there would be a lot more turkeys harvested there than Mecklenburg County. which is a much smaller county and has the city of Charlotte in it. So there's a lot less land. So if we make it all even and compare the numbers of turkeys harvested in each county based on the available land to hunt or huntable square mile, you'll see that it's very comparable across the 3 ecoregions. All right, and while we learned that harvest is not uniform across the state, timing of this harvest within a season is also not uniform. Harvest is very front-loaded. So with this graph, it shows the day of the season on the bottom, starting with day 1 of first season of youth all the way to the last day. And then I broke it up by each week. And then I summarized the total percentage of harvest that occurred in each week. So if we look at youth season and the first week of turkey, regular turkey, 50% of all turkeys that are going to be harvested that year occurred in those first 2 weeks. And if we break and add another week, so the first 3 weeks of the season, 70% of all turkeys that are going to be harvested occurred during those first 3 weeks. Now, it's also not uniform within those weeks. Most of our harvest occurs on Saturdays, and in that first turkey week, that first Monday and Sunday of that week, so the first 3 days of regular turkey season. So it varies throughout the season and throughout the week. So youth season has changed over the years, and as a result, it can have a little bit of influence on our harvest. So if we look at 2008 through 2012, on average, about 4% of the total harvest occurred on that 1-day youth season. And when we expanded it out to the week-long season, it doubled to about on average 8% from 2013 to 23. Now it's been a little higher in the last few years, it's closer to 10%. But basically about half the harvest and youth season typically occurs on the first day, that Saturday, and the remaining half happens the rest of the 6 days. So we talked about timing. Let's talk about all the hunters who are putting in the effort to harvest these turkeys. So hunter harvest, about 3,300 hunters reported 2 birds harvested this year. That's about 4% of our hunters. And then about 14,000 hunters reported 1 bird harvested. That's 18% of our hunters. So about less than 1 in 4 hunters that go turkey hunting actually harvested a turkey. It's not a winning game when you play turkey hunting. So, but the number of our turkey hunters has continually been increasing since the early 90s, and the number of days they spent turkey hunting has been steadily increasing since the early 1990s. So more turkey hunters spending more days. But what hasn't changed has been the harvest rate. For the last decade, on average, it takes 15 days of hunting per turkey harvested. And now we need to keep in mind that there has been increases in that hunting pressure, more hunting on more days, but also changes in hunting techniques, the use of blinds, the use of decoys, the use of TSS shots. So, but even with those changes, the turkey harvest rate has remained consistent. Now, the last thing I want to focus on is reproduction and its relation to our harvest, the birds we're harvesting. So we're going to go back to that first graph I showed you, and I've circled 4 years. Now, the one year that's circled in pink, that is 2020. And if you all remember, there was a slight little thing called a global pandemic going on. So that's a little bit of an outlier year. So we're going to ignore that. But the remaining 3 years in 2006, 2013, and this past year in 2023, there was noticeable increases in harvest compared to previous years. And the reason for that was reproduction. 2 years earlier, we had a noticeable increase in reproduction, which we saw 2 years later in our harvest when those little poults became they're gobblers. So they had their first year as a gobbler. So in 2023, this increase in harvest we saw due to our increase to 2020, and let me restart that. Reproduction in year 2020 was higher than harvest in 2021. I need to restart this all over again. Too many numbers and thoughts. All right. Reproduction in 2021 was noticeably higher than 2020, and we saw that reflected in our 2023 harvest. So we've seen that harvest has increased this past year in a record year, and it's not uniform across the state unless it's huntable square miles, and then it's fairly uniform. Our harvest is primarily front-loaded, and most of it occurs on our Saturdays. But while we've had increasing hunters spending more days, the hunter harvest rate has remained consistent. And our little hens, the turkey poults, play a big influence in our turkey harvest, typically 2 years later down the road. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. That's very helpful. And again, I'm going to kind of break the rule I said at the beginning. If there are any questions for Hannah while she's up there, I'm sure she'd be happy to take a couple. But we've got more to come on the turkey, which would kind of sum all this up. So let's just move on to that then. But Hannah, thank you very much. That's excellent. Thank you for the great work. And with that, we'll bring Chris Cray up and let him tell us where we're going with all this.
All right, Mr. Chairman, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel now, so it's down to me. Really, I just kind of have a reminder. You know, Hannah's done a deep dive into harvest. She's pointing out some of the ways that we look at all that data and ask the same question: should we be concerned about harvest going up? You know, what's going on with the turkeys? What's going on in states around us? And those are all valid questions. We ask them all the time. My goal here for the next few minutes is just to talk to you about 3 recent and very important projects that you might not be aware of. But they're also helping us answer those questions about where we are with turkeys. So the first one is our gobbling chronology work that we completed 2 years ago. The second one I'm going to touch on is the Wild Turkey Ecology Project. It's an enormous project. Dr. Chris Moorman is here today. He's been leading that over there at NC State with some of his students. That's on track. Still getting a thumbs up over there for this December. I mean, the preliminary results are really, really cool. And I think at some point here pretty soon, we're going to be able to bring those to you all. And then the third one I want to touch on real quickly, just put on your radar, is one that we're starting up now. It's very much a deliberative step based on the first 2. You can't separate turkey hunting from turkey gobbling. That is a prime piece of turkey hunter satisfaction. And for 4 years, we've had acoustic recorders at 94 different stations around the state on unhunted properties, figuring out what turkeys do when they're not dead. The dead ones don't gobble nearly as much as the live ones do. So that's why we're putting them on unhunted properties. I mean, just sum that work up. We had 113,000 gobbles that we detected in those recordings. The variation across the state in when the gobbling occurred, very little variation. All turkeys in one region pretty much gobble the same as turkeys in other regions. And the majority of that occurs at the time that our hunting season is open. That's really, really foundational information for us to get here in state. And we jumped from that back into 2020 with a much more ambitious project. We set up study areas in each region of the state, in the mountains, in the Piedmont, in the coast. We had a set of objectives there that Dr. Moorman and his team, David Masicki was his lead student on that project. And collectively, we captured and handled over 700 turkeys. The vast majority of those wore a radio transmitter. Think about the last time you saw a turkey and what you could learn from seeing a turkey one time, and then multiply that by 1 million. That project's generated more than 1 million telemetry locations for those birds. We've tracked over 400 different nests that those hens have made. Like I say, the final report's coming in 2023, this year, by December, on track for that. And the results, it's not just telemetry locations. It's habitat use, it's survival, it's hunter harvest estimates, it's home range size. It's a wealth of information that is within that project. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a teaser for one thing. I don't want to steal Dr. Mormon's conclusions or any of that, but I do want to just give you an example of the type of data that we're going to bring to you and how we might use that to inform the decisions that are made around this table. So we'll talk about nesting chronology. Let's go to the third and final year of field work. That was 2022. Let's go down to that coastal study area. You realize that folks down there captured and marked 110 hens. Those 110 hens had 98 different nests. And 26% of those nests, 26 of those nests hatched, pretty close to 26%. That's pretty poor nesting success. There's a really good piece of information to understand what's going on. But we can also look at the metric that turkey biologists everywhere look at. What was the average start, the average initiation of those nesting attempts? And the start is the day she lays the first egg. She's constructed the egg, constructed the nest, she puts the first egg in there. That's a really critical point. So we can identify that in that study area in that year. We can do that in all the other study areas, all the other years as well. And then the part that we will wrestle with then from a regulatory standpoint is here at the bottom. How does that line up with our hunting seasons and when turkeys are being taken off the landscape? Those are not easy things to answer, but stay tuned. We're going to get a wealth of information in the coming months. The third project that's firing up now, we're working on a contract with the Southeast Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study Group that's down at the University of Georgia. That's SCWDS. If you hear us say SCWDS, sometimes those are the leading disease experts in the world for wildlife diseases, working also with NC State. And really, we're looking at all those 700 birds that were captured in that project. The vast majority of the time, in addition to putting telemetry equipment on them, we drew blood, we did swabs in their mouth, we did swabs in the cloaca, checked them for parasites, all kinds of stuff. We checked, those tests were checked for 11 different viruses, bacteria, blood pathogens, anything and everything that might be wrong with that turkey. We tested when we have those results. There's lots of wildlife studies that assess a group of animals, assess a group of turkeys, and they can tell you, well, X number had this, X number had been exposed to that. But we're in a very, very unique position here in that we can connect the health and fitness and survival of those birds to these disease results. In other words, was one of those diseases, one of those viruses, does that help us explain some of those times when we puzzle and why was nesting success so low? Why was reproductive output so low? On a related note, if we look to sage grouse, if we look to ruffed grouse, we find out the West Nile virus is really, really rough on those birds. Preliminary stuff says it's not a real issue for turkeys, but maybe one of these other diseases bubbles to the top has been an important one in understanding what's going on with turkeys across the state. So just stay tuned. That one's in the formative part. That's a quick review of research. Mr. Chairman, I'll kick it back over to you for questions you might have for me or others.
Thank you, Chris and Hannah, again. That was excellent information. Look forward to what we have coming from North Carolina State. And Dr. Mormon, I want to give you a quick shout out. Thank you for all your help, or all your work, actually, more than help, that you guys have been doing to inform us, because I think it's going to play a big part in our decisions. And I have to say, 1 million telemetry readings, that's impressive. I don't.
Big computers to analyze all this. I will just say, if you are interested in a preliminary update, I did a podcast on the wild turkey science podcast. You can look on those list of those wild turkey science podcasts. It says North Carolina Research Update, and it gives a sort of synopsis of what Chris talked about.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Look forward to hearing things come from you. With that, I am going to open up the floor for any questions on anything, but particularly wild turkeys.
I got a quick question here. Those mites that eat the beard, I mean, are they, where's that come from? And is it, you see it in some birds, obviously, and mostly you don't, but.
Are you what we commonly referring to what we commonly call beard rot?
I call them mites, but maybe it's just rot. I don't know.
So what is commonly referred to as beard rot by a lot of people, or where the beard is discolored or it's shortened unusually. It's actually not caused by mites. It's actually caused to a short-term vitamin deficiency that caused the discoloration and makes the beard brittle and therefore causing it to break off earlier.
Well, it's not discoloration. I mean, it's just like, there's just this
Quit
much
shooting
beard.
Jakes.
You know, I didn't shoot that one because I thought he was a joke, but I knew it wasn't because it's big. So what, so it's a rot.
It's what is called misnomered. It's called a rot, but it's not
hurt.
really a rot. It's really, there just didn't access a vitamin that caused this true sting in that beard. So just like we have to have all our fruits and veggies, they didn't eat all their fruits and veggies. And as a result,
It was a 35-pound bird and it had 3-inch spurs, and I just knew I had the state record until there was no beard. Anyway, thank you.
Maybe it's because it was a hen. What do you think?
Any other questions for Anna or anybody up there? All right, well, we're right on time, Mr. Chairman.
Good. I've just got a biology question. I've done some hunting and whatever else, and he talked about having, Chris said something, okay, she lays the first egg. Now, I've hunted and I've seen the gobbler go in and breed the hen. When she is bred the first time, does she retain the sperm in her body to fertilize an egg where she can drop a fertile egg every day? Or does she have to be fertilized on a daily basis to be able to drop a fertile egg?
she can be bred once and do it and retain that sperm to fertilize all the eggs, but it's very rare that a hen will do that. She'll often be bred multiple times by multiple males, you know, not putting all her eggs on one male in one basket. So she can do that, but if given the opportunity, she's not going to. She's going to breed with multiple males.
So she'll breed with, and she'll lay what, 1 egg a day? Is that how it works?
About 1 egg a day, yes.
Okay, so she'll lay that egg and then she'll go, fly up in the tree and do whatever she has, and then she'll get called to the male the next day and he'll breed her and they walk around and eat bugs all day long. And then she may go lay another egg and she just does that for I don't know, 10 days in a row. And then she, through breeding, and she decides to sit on the nest. Is that how that works? Or that egg that was laid the first day going to hatch out before the egg that was laid on the 10th day?
Nope, so she'll lay each egg about one a day. And then once they're all laid, so around 10 to 12 eggs typically, then she'll start incubating them. So they all hatch at the same time, typically within an hour of each other. And then they're up and fluffy and they're moving.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Brad. I got a couple thumbs up from different commissioners on this report. You guys did an excellent job. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.
I've never found anybody can answer that
Yeah,
question.
Jim.
You did. Folks, you did it well. That's, you did. And
I want to welcome and open this meeting. This electronic meeting is being streamed live for public to attend and record as a public record. The recording of this meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. At this time, I'm gonna ask Margot to do a roll call.
Do a roll call for our big game committee. Committee Chair David Hoyle. Committee Vice Chair Wes Segers.
Here.
Committee Member John Coley. Committee Member Tom Barry.
Here.
Committee Member Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Committee Member John Alexander.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Brad Howard.
I'm going to take a second to take us back to just mention briefly what the handouts were. That's a new initiative that is like fresh out of the box, couple weeks old. Well, I'm sure it's not for them, but they've just announced it from the Turkey Federation and one of their habitat initiatives, which is a quite impressive initiative. And we will, of course, as we always have, continue working with the Turkey Federation on some of these things. So we just kind of passed it out, but didn't really tell you what that was. So anyway, all right, let's talk about deer and black bear season rule changes. These are basically the only big game rule changes that we have, but there are a lot of moving parts in these as well. well. The reasons, quite frankly, for these, there are management positives for both deer and bear in these rule changes. It certainly will increase opportunity for deer hunters at more appropriate times, and I'll get into that in just a sec. Also could increase opportunity for bear hunters in the mountain bear season. One of the things that it does do is the proposal as we have it now changes kind of a long-standing precedent of no bear hunting and deer hunting overlap in the mountains, which is actually the only place that we continue that practice. There's bear hunting and deer hunting overlap across the rest of the state. A little background on how we got to where we are today. I think some of you will remember 5 or 6 years ago when we really undertook a really deep dive evaluation of our deer seasons. And one of the recommendations that did come out of that we didn't choose to move forward with, the commission chose not to move forward with at that time, was making this shift in the western deer seasons. Quite frankly, we had biological recommendations and a strong need to make some of the shifts in these deer seasons in the western deer season. But interestingly, this year, the deer hunters have kind of sort of finally gotten organized a little bit and made the contacts. And we received actually three counties over in the west have passed resolutions requesting that the commission address the deer seasons, and their words were inequities in the deer season based on the rest of the state. They didn't get to hunt as long and they didn't get to hunt during the rut. Both statements are true statements for them. They weren't really inequities established by the commission. It's just how the world has turned. But and they basically said either that they prefer for the commission to address this, or they would attempt to take local law legislative action towards just getting a deer season. We really don't want local law deer seasons. So, and then interestingly enough, one of the counties that sent us a resolution was Haywood County. And if there's a bigger bear county in the mountains than Haywood County, I don't know. So there's a lot of interest from deer hunters in the western deer seasons about getting their deer seasons established correctly. So we rolled up our sleeves and jumped into it. But before we get into that, there was one other deer rule proposal that we want to talk about just briefly here. And that we had a proposal to legalize the sale of shed antlers. Shed antler collecting is a growing hobby in the US. Collected antlers are often used privately as decorations by the collector or chew toys for their dogs, or they're sold where it's legal for commercial dog chews. Those kind of things. Shed antler collection and sale really doesn't pose a risk per se to the cervid populations. A naturally shed antler is easy to recognize. It has a clear incision line where it fell off the pedestal. That can't be replicated by a cut antler. I mean, if you saw the antler off, it's very clear that you saw the antler off. It didn't shed naturally. This provision, if the commission did choose to move forward with this, would not apply to shed antlers collected on game lands, because our rules are very clear that you can't take anything off the game lands and sell anything off the game lands. So I don't know if there's conversation or discussion about this rule proposal. We can have that toward the end, but that is the other ones really go into a deep dive into the deer and bear season. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to chat about this one for a second or wait to the end. He wants to wait to the end.
I'm good to do whatever you want to do with that. Anybody got any questions on it? I mean,
Yeah, I'm good. You
I don't
know,
know that there's much.
this is just introducing the idea right now. We'll bring this back. So this is something to think on if you
I
want
guess the
to.
only question I've got is, are we saying it has to be sold as a whole? When I see them, it's usually, somebody's cut the tines to make chews or whatever. So you couldn't tell then if it was a shed or not a shed. Sell it
As long as
a
you don't
whole
cut the
antler.
base off of it, you could tell. So that's a valid point to, we haven't really significantly written the text of this one and how exactly we would make that. There is a lot of this going on out there, and there's a lot of different interpretations of what you can and can't sell relative, and can you get a trophy sale permit and sell decorative art from an antler? There's a lot of different interpretations for that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any, I'm sure y'all thought of this, any CWD issues with that or no?
Not any antler tissue, antler. Director?
So thank you. Question, I think, initially, it is a shed. So it will be a shed, which is clearly not cut. So the way that this is worded would be a shed and enforced that way. It's not cut horns. cut it forks and things like that. It will be sheds.
So you couldn't sell, if you cut it, you couldn't sell.
This would be for sheds. The way it is right now.
That's correct, yeah.
I did, when you said dog chews, not many are carrying around a half of an eighth.
Right.
Right.
Keep in mind, they're probably selling spikes that big. that
Because,
they
yeah, they
found.
you get the times and sell,
Right.
So
Right. So there's certainly some questions as.
I'd say as y'all get a little deeper, bring it back, let us hear kind of where you're headed.
Okay, that's good. So let's jump into the, not terribly complex, but a lot of moving parts here with the with suggested changes for the western deer season. So, basically, this would be very similar to what we suggested a few years ago. This would shift the western black powder season, which currently comes in early October. And the history behind that was they put a black powder season in the western part of the state, but they didn't want it overlapping with the bear season, so they put it before the bear season came in. Not a good time biologically, actually, to have a black powder season over in that neck of the woods. But this would shift the western black powder season later in more like the rest of the state, or at least the northwest and western seasons to right around Thanksgiving. And it would also extend the gun season in the west to January 1st, like the rest of the state. Currently, it goes out third Saturday in December. Second Saturday after Thanksgiving. So it's very short deer season over there. What we're proposing right now, the black powder season would come in 2 Saturdays, and I'll show you a graph in a second, come in 2 Saturdays prior to Thanksgiving and run through Thanksgiving week. But it would go out on Friday and gun season would open on Thanksgiving Saturday. Now there's some other changes that we're doing, and these other changes are really quite positive changes in terms of our deer management in the West. We're going to be introducing a 1-day antlerless gun season and increasing the antlerless black powder season from 1 day to 1 week. Well, it's a one day gun antlerless, and then it would be a 1 week black powder season in Cherokee, Clay, Jackson, Macon, and Swain counties. Now, the importance of that is, and currently there are no antlerless gun seasons and haven't been in my career over there in those counties. But the deer population is growing and doing quite well, especially on private lands. We're still hurting on public lands on the national forest over there, but they're doing better in that neck of the woods, even there. So that's a big change. And then in some other parts of the western season, we would increase from 1 day to 1 week of gun antlerless deer season, and increase from 1 to 2 weeks in Buncombe, Henderson County. So positive changes. Notable impacts of these changes: timing of the harvest is better aligned with breeding season. Improved breeding season sex ratios, intensifies the rut activity, allows for successful dispersal of the yearling bucks on the landscape. All good deer management 101 biological impacts. Sociological, it moves the black powder season to a cooler time of the year and one in which the hunters can probably expect more deer activity. That time period right before Thanksgiving, when you're starting to see those deer start to run around. Sociological change, Thanksgiving week itself would be either sex black powder. It wouldn't be gun, but we bring gun season in on Thanksgiving Saturday. The last time we took this out there, we got a lot of kickback about, well, what about the kids hunting during Thanksgiving week? Well, quite frankly, with modern muzzleloaders, most of them can shoot a modern muzzleloader as good as they can shoot the 30-30 that they're out there hunting with or whatever. But in general, for the youth, it's still going to come in on Saturday after Thanksgiving, but they're also going to get Christmas and New Year's. They're going to get 2 weeks that they're out of school for Christmas and New Year's. So there's greatly expanding opportunity for that. And we heard that feedback from deer hunters. We went over and had a couple of forums with deer hunters a couple months ago. And, one of the things we heard was the kids are out of school, they can't go deer hunting. Or my family is in town for Christmas and we can't go deer hunting, but they don't live here anymore. So we got that. So that's a big sociological impact for the deer hunters. What would this change look like? Well, you see the current season's up above, and that, we got a 3-week archery season, and then we got a 2-week black powder season, then archery season comes back in for 5 weeks, then gun season comes in for 3 weeks, and then archery season comes back in for 3 weeks. But you can see that peak rut. That's the thing I want you to look at right there. The peak rut in that part of the state begins at the end of gun season. They don't get to hunt the rut over there at all. With the suggested changes that we're proposing here, it would just be a 9-week archery season like we have the rest of the state. Black powder would come in for the, 2 weeks. It would be a little bit different, 1-week shift from our black powder season shifts by week from the central season to the northwest season. And now this proposal would make it that same shift to the mountain season. And then they would get a 5-week gun season. You see the peak of the rut's going to fall somewhere in the middle of that 5-week gun season. And again, we would pick up the opportunity for hunting during the Christmas vacation time period for youth hunters. These are the antlerless deer seasons I told you about for the changes to those. Right now, this is what it's going to look like this fall because we just made some changes to those orange counties there. Well, to all those counties, we made some changes. This is what it would look like in 2024 if we pass these. What's the white county? Is that Graham? Graham. Oh, I'm getting pretty good with that. We just don't have the data out of Graham County, and there's just not that many deer in Graham County to really say we ought to have a either sex season there. But the rest of the counties will all see either sex season. So except for one county in the state of North Carolina, there will be at least 1 day of either sex deer hunting during the open firearm season. And that's attributed to the continued increase in the deer populations, primarily, like I said, on private land in that part of the state.
So you may have already said this, but bow season archery is during any gun and any muzzle loader. It's been not during muzzle loader.
Yeah, we changed that a number of years ago. We made archery equipment legal during the black powder firearm season. But archery is not either sex, just because you're hunting with the bow doesn't mean it's either sex. You have to follow the either sex seasons of the, so while they can hunt with archery equipment during the open firearm season in that part of the state, they can't shoot either sex with archery. But now archery follows, archery equipment is legal all the way across all seasons now. There was a time period when it was illegal to use crossbows and bow and arrows during the muzzleloader season. But we changed that a number of years ago so now archery, it follows the logic. Archery comes in first and goes all the way to the end of deer season. Then black powder comes in and you can use black powder all the way to the end of deer season. And then modern firearms come in. So then you have your choice of all three. Now, as I said, if we change the deer season, this impacts the bear seasons in the West. We've not had overlapping deer and bear seasons in the western part of the state. Well, since the early 70s anyway. I don't know what happened before 70, but even into the 60s. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't born in 70, so I don't, whatever happened back then. So this changes the bear rules, and we've been already having conversations and talking to bear hunters. This is not a new conversation. We're actually going to go over next week. We're going to Murphy on Monday night and Waynesville on Tuesday night and Morganton on Wednesday night. And talk to bear hunters. The Bear Hunter Association, Jim's here. They've been helping us organize and get folks out. Right now, what we're pitching, I will say, for lack of a better word, is to open bear season on the Saturday closest to October 1st. Now, what that does is give the bear hunters 2 extra weeks of bear hunting on the front end, which meets our bear management biological objectives and gives them opportunity while also helping to meet our biological objectives. We can deep dive into the bear seasons at some point, but it's Colleen has turned this thing inside out, and we're very confident in opening bear season over there in terms of meeting our management objectives and not doing detriment to our bear population. Currently, so that would basically change the first split of the bear management unit from 5 weeks to 6+ weeks. It would, right now, we're proposing to shorten the December 2nd. We had conversations with bear hunters that said, well, just do the front end and let's just do away with the December. But then we had other bear hunters like, no, we want some, they really wanted Christmas week and that kind of thing. So, and personally, I think they should do it. I mean, I think we can have overlap without, tremendous conflict. So right now, we're sort of talking about a 10 to 15 day season during that Christmas time period in the December split, which would technically be the only time, if we made these changes like this, that would be the only days that deer and bear would overlap, is that late December timeframe. And then some other things that we need to do to the bear rules, or we need to update the rule text from sanctuaries to our new designation of designated bear management areas for all those areas. And another big one, I skipped number 4. This is a big one. We're going to have deer and bear overlap, and there's no real biological reason not. We have a restriction right now on baiting bears in the second bear season. You can hunt with bait in the first segment, the longer segment, but you can't hunt in the late segment. If we're going to have bear and deer overlap, we're going to have deer hunters in the woods. We need to go ahead. We don't have any concerns biologically about that. Removing that restriction on hunting bears over unprocessed food in that second split. It would only be for a few days, but it would be a change. And then finally, we kind of realized we was going through the Reg Digest, and we realized that the current Reg Digest says that you can't use dogs to hunt bears in Franklin County. Well, Franklin County is east of the dog line, so we can't actually preclude that. So we're going to make that change and then update that. Hasn't been a big issue. So this is what the potential bear seasons might look like. We would shift that start date to the Saturday closest to October 1st. So that would give them, like in 2024, that would give you about 7 weeks of bear hunting on the front end. Then they would take a longer break. It'd be about a 5-week. In 2024, it'd be 2024 ended up being a leap year, so it threw our numbers all over the place, kind of crazy. But in general, you get the idea. So it'd be about a 5-week break there through the Thanksgiving time period, the first part of deer season. And then we would come back and kind of the last 10 days of the season, we would open bear season back up so that they could hunt during the Christmas break. They could bear hunt over there in the mountains if they wanted to during the Christmas break. But like I said, this has rules. This has room for adjustment and tweaking. Primarily based on biologically, we're very comfortable with that potential right there in terms of our bear management strategies. So then what we adjust in here is the sort of the sociological desires of the bear hunters and how they want that to look and how the structure, they want the structure to play out. So like I said, we're going to go over there and talk to the bear hunters. Looking forward to that. There's a lot of concerns. Colleen's going to talk to them about bear management and where we are. I'm going to throw one tidbit of a slide that she put together that just blew my mind a little bit. So she's got a slide that shows 1972, and it shows the bear hunting rules for 1972, and it has estimated bear population of 1,000 bears. And it shows the bear range from 1972, and there's like these little green dots blob over Western North Carolina. Then on the other side of the slide, it says bear regulations, which are exactly the same as the ones in 1972, with an estimated bear population of 8,000 bears. And you show the bear range in the entire western part of the state is covered up with black bears. So we've come a long way with black bear populations and bear management. And, but we haven't really increased any opportunity for our bear hunters in the West. And they've not been burning down the doors asking for it. I mean, they're very conservative. They're very responsible bear hunters, but we've got some room here to create some more bear hunting opportunity, which we quite frankly need from our bear management objectives. Questions about those? Yes, sir.
Have any towns requested some type of like a urban archery center? Urban archery season for bears, because there's a lot of bears running around like places like Von Trapp, Black Mountain, and whatever else.
We haven't got that request primarily because most of those towns have weapon discharge ordinances, so we couldn't really. I mean, quite frankly, the bear season's open in all those towns right now, but they can't hunt in those areas because they have weapons restrictions through local ordinances. So we've not, not sure. I'm not sure I'd go so far as to advocate an urban archery season for bears.
I mean, no. I didn't say we'd advocate. I mean, they may decide they wanted it.
They might, and I would
that
remind them, the first thing to do is allow archery equipment to be used for black powder or whatever, and the bear season's already open. That's a big misnomer that people think that we close the seasons in cities and towns, we being the commission. We don't. I mean, there's deer season, there's bear season in Mecklenburg County in Charlotte right now, there's deer season in Charlotte, but you can't hunt them inside the city limits because they have a restriction. But the deer season's open.
I got it. Okay, what is tell me an example of unprocessed bait versus processed bait. I'm guessing.
The easiest example is processed baits are honey buns, unprocessed baits, peanuts, raw peanuts, I think, or corn. That's, that's what we consider unprocessed. Processed bait would be
Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme, jelly, that's legal in some states, but it's not legal in our state. You can only use corn, peanut. Most people, I won't say most, a lot of the ones I know use peanuts. That's the big going thing right now. Yes, sir.
Brad, I'm glad you're meeting with the bear hunter groups. My concern is we just went through the sanctuary changes and deals and opening us for hunting. We had a lot of meetings, to a lot of time and effort to meet with bear hunting groups. And we thought everybody was kumbaya, holding hands. When it was all said and done, that was far from the truth. There was not a consensus in the bear hunting groups. In fact, there was a big gulf there. That proved to be problematic, political reasons and other reasons. So I'm glad you're meeting with them, but at the same time, we got to, based on our past experience with the disassociation of the opinions in the bear hunting groups, that's something we need to be wary of.
Oh, yeah.
As we go to these meetings and things, we're all kumbaya based on our prior experience not too long ago. That seems anything but the case.
Yeah, I've been bit by that dog a few times, not just bear hunters. But I will say this, we don't have to change the bear seasons, okay? I mean, the big question, just as a reminder, the big question is deer seasons. And Commissioner Rogers, can probably talk about this too. I mean, we're getting pressure from these counties and from deer hunters, and from a bear management perspective, we don't have to change that, but I think we have to respond to our deer hunting constituency as well.
I understand that, but that's not my point.
Right.
My point was these bear hunters, they were very influential after the fact.
Right.
And called it problematic. And we need to be wary of that same situation.
Absolutely.
Anything else? All right, we're rolling.
All right, roll into the elk update, 2023. The final WRC report from UT from the elk study was submitted to us on time and under budget. Just as an FYI, significantly under budget. So that was good. That was a good thing. We've delved into the report. We've met with Jessica and Dr. Clark and sort of talked through some of the findings. Today, I'm just going to do a real kind of high level tidbit stuff. We're going to get, Jessica's going to be doing her dissertation. I'll talk about that in a second. And we're going to get a lot deeper into this, hopefully in our October meeting, where we can get way down into the weeds about not only what the report gave us, but what her dissertation, because she was able to go a lot deeper in a lot of different things in her dissertation. So, we've reviewed the report. We met with UT, like I said. We had very specific deliverables in our contract with them. So that's what they gave us in the report. But, we're, like I mentioned, we're looking forward to Jessica's dissertation and some of the add-ons that she was able to do with this technique. Once we've kind of completely digested both the report and her dissertation, and kind of come back and give you guys Justin's going to come in and we'll give you a really deep dive at the October meeting, like I said. But, she's doing her dissertation next week. Justin's on her committee, so he's going over there. So we're looking forward to the findings from that. But in general, what did this give us for the project that we worked on? Well, now we currently have statistically generated population estimates with confidence intervals around them. We have estimates of both male and female population size. We have population growth rates. We have recommendations for further monitoring. So how can we keep ahead of this? And in terms of our monitoring, yes, we have potential harvest modeling results, and we got much more in this thing. So here's a peek. Our population estimate. The average population estimate over the 3-year period came to about 240 animals with a, plus or minus 215 to 275. That's a little bit higher than our consistent, I lost the word I'm looking for, our counts, our minimum counts, which is, but it puts us in the ballpark of what Justin and the folks from Cherokee and the park were estimating what they thought the number of elk were out there. So we've zeroed in on that. The report suggests that the population is stable to growing outside of the park. So we are now seeing a growing elk population outside of the park. Not ironically, I would have probably predicted this to some extent. Bulls die much more frequently than cows. Survivability of cows are much higher than bulls. And that's not unusual in cervids. The bulls go all over the place and die from all kind of things. One of the neat things is we can use this technique to efficiently model our populations for years to come. We've proven how to survey for this. Heather was involved. I don't know where Dr. Evans is. There she is. She was involved in working with Tennessee and doing this genetic mark recapture and stuff. So we have a much more efficient mechanism to estimate statistically accurately our elk populations. Surprisingly, the whole study tended to tell us that elk like fields.
Paid a lot of money to find that out.
Well, we tried to tell them that to start with, but they made us do it statistically accurate. So now, and here's the result of that. All we have to do is sample the fields now, and we know that our estimates, what's that? Well, since, now we know our estimates will be statistically accurate if we just sample the fields. We'll dive farther into harvest and hunting in October, and really from the hunting perspective, as I've told a lot of, from that aspect, the devil's in the details. It's just how we pull off a hunt. What does a hunt look like? What's our harvest rates? What can we do? What are our cooperators going to work with us on? All of those are just down in the weed details, but yeah, it's very positive. We got a lot of information, a lot more information to come, but I'm kind of excited. We're going to continue the monitoring, the technique to make sure as we implement different changes through the upcoming years that we're tracking our populations. We'll be getting the same metrics using this technique, population growth rates, survivability, all of that stuff, with quite a bit less effort now. So that's a good thing. That's all I got right now. I mean, there's a lot more information and a lot more things to go into in detail, but that's kind of what I got. I want to give kudos to UT, to Dr. Clark and Jessica. I mean, they really did right on time, pulled this thing together, gave us a really good report and a teaser for what's to come. And I think we're much better prepared with information about our elk population than we were a couple of years ago.
Were elk causing a problem to the local farmers as far as getting out in their fields and eating their crops?
Most of the elk, yes, we've had a number of elk depredation kills this year. We've probably had 3 or 4 bulls shot, I think. Most of the ag depredation over there is less in crop fields and more tearing down their pasture fence, getting in their pastures with their cows or their horses. Or we do have one berry farmer over there who occasionally has issues with elk getting into strawberries and that kind of thing. But we put up for fencing and tried and worked with him through the years, and he does have pretty good fencing, but he still has occasional problems. But the depredation issues are there. They will always be there. They're a constant to some extent, but most folks over there are fairly tolerable and work with us to kind of work with the elk. But sometimes it just, the elk tear down their fence and they just, the elk are out there tearing, so they shoot one of them, and that's their legal right to do.
So Brad, could we tell any loss of animals due to old age, big bulls just dying or whatever, cows?
So based on the statistics we got out of this, bulls die way sooner than they get old. Our survivability on elks was like 0.6 or something. So they're not dying of old age. Now we are getting some senescence in the park, and there's cows that are basically dying and they're not reproducing anymore. The Cataloochee Park herd is not doing as well as the herd outside of the parks. And some of those animals that have been there for years, they are basically no longer reproducing. They lost several to what appeared to be old age, but based on the survivability estimates that they're getting with the elk, with the bulls, you know, very few to any bulls are dying of old age. They're dying of other things, rutting mortality, getting hit by cars, depredation in some cases. So yeah, I don't think we have an aging. In fact, our populations outside appear to be growing. So that's a good thing. We're seeing a positive growth rate in the elk populations outside of the park and in Cherokee.
So how long does an elk live? And
Well,
we'll
some of
take
those
all
in
this
the,
up
some of
later,
those in
but-
the park, those cows are like 15+ years old.
Or older.
Yeah, yeah, but they don't leave the
Wow.
park. They never leave the park. We've had a few that you know, the ones that were from the original release outside, they've died out probably 5 or so years ago outside the park. It's a little bit tougher life on them outside the park with moving in roads and that kind of thing. But yeah, some of those cows and stuff in the park are old, but they're dying finally. But yeah, I mean, so, you know, but surprising. I mean, it's surprising that they live that long. I quite frankly, you know. Well, I mean, you know, once a cow goes senescence, I mean, they're not contributing to the herd anymore. So,
Gosh, being recorded.
that's biology 101 right there. That's management. You're serving management.
Digging that hole,
Serving management 101.
Me too.
CWD. I'm gonna let Chris do that.
All righty, good afternoon again. So chronic wasting disease, everyone's aware we are chronic wasting disease positive state. My goal here for the next few minutes, is just tell you about some things that are going on, give you an update of where we are. We used to be the most recent victim of CWD, but just in the last, well, really within the last month, there's been 2 additional states that have detected CWD in wild deer populations. That's Oklahoma. They've actually had 2 cases there in Oklahoma and western part of the state, and then 1 in northwestern part of Florida there in Holmes County. So the spread of CWD and its detection continues. Here internally, if we look at some of the things that have been going on over the course of the last year, so kind of looking at it over the fiscal years, going back to July 1st, 2022, we've had, we got really close to 17,000 samples that were collected and tested across the entire state. Here's a good message. The vast majority of those, CWD was not detected. That's good news. Some of them it was. That's the bad side of that. When we look outside of the surveillance areas, we look at the state as a whole, you know, what can a hunter expect in terms of getting a test result back? Over that last hunting season last year, the average turnaround time was about 47 days. That's, you know, shipping, receiving, the commission collecting the sample, maybe getting it from a cooperator, whatever, and getting that result back to the hunter. That's slower than we like. I expect in coming years, we'll see that number improve. When we look, it's a little bit quicker. We did a little faster than that inside of the surveillance area that we had in the western part of the state. We were averaging turnaround time just a bit under a month there. The lab time is still the same, but our staff was on top of it in terms of getting things collected and sampled, collected, put in a jar, shipped off to the lab, and that sort of thing. So about almost 5,000 of those samples were collected in that 8-county surveillance area in the northwestern part of the state last year. The vast majority of our samples are coming from the Cervid Health Cooperator Program. So you'll hear us talk about that as being CHC program. Those folks are taxidermists and processors that are willing to cooperate with us across the state. We do pay them a little bit for that sample. It costs us some money to do it. So if you look at that bottom line there, it seems like a big cost. But if we had to get those samples and get that level of information with our own staff and pay our folks to do it and dedicate that much resources, it would cost us a whole lot more than that. I don't know what it would be, but it'd be a lot bigger number than that when you're seeing there. That's a really good program. In most of the state, that's what we're relying on, is that voluntary CHC program. Within the surveillance areas, we ramp up a little bit more. We've got a whole bunch of freezer locations where hunters can drop off things at a freezer where they put the deer's head in there and we come by and get it. That works really, really well. where we're sampling more intensively. Field preparations are underway for things that'll be happening during the hunting season this fall. Evan Sanford's here today. He oversees our operations program. He and his folks have been purchasing mobile coolers and incinerators and a lot of the supplies that we'll need in the field. They're lining up hiring temporary technicians. That worked really good for us last year. You know, it's an all hands on deck type situation in the fall. So we can hire some temporary folks to help us do that through the fall. That works really good. Both in the Surveillance Area 1, which is the northwestern part of the state, and now we have Surveillance Area 2 surrounding Cumberland County. We're establishing sort of some central staff locations there. I think it's the Peckman Center down east and a couple of public land sites in the west, where it's kind of base of operations for a lot of the stuff that happens in the field. We're working on those. Our staff is working on setting up dates and times and locations for public forums. Those worked well last year to get the word out to hunters, let folks know what's going on, answer questions. Those are in the works as well. And really just a couple other tidbits. We sent our deer biologists and our wildlife health biologists. That's Mariah Bogus and Sarah Vandenberg. They're here today. We sent them out to Denver, Colorado last month to attend the National CWD Symposium. And let me tell you what, they blew my mind when they got back with the level of information, some of the things that are going on with CWD research. That was money well spent to send them out there. We are also collaborating with Mississippi State University and some other folks, looking into new ways to surveil for CWD across the landscape. You may not always have to look for it in a deer. There might be ways to find it in the soil, find it in scrapes and that kind of thing. It's still really, really early days in how that technique will play out, but there's a lot of promise in it. We're glad to be cooperating with them as we figure that out. I don't have to tell you all, there's been a lot of work, a lot of attention to rulemaking changes there, but that's starting to fall into place. Brad can maybe speak to more of the details, or Carrie can speak to the details if you want to, but a lot of that's coming together. I think things are in place for this fall, and we'll have a bit more flexibility having some of the proclamation authority for CWD rules going forward. That's a big win for us. That's really all I've got. It's a pretty quick update. I'll look to Mr. Chairman, questions for me or others. I'm happy.
I have any other questions? Yep, Leonard.
I did. So I guess on CWD again, explain. So I know it's remained in, I think, tell me if this is right, it was in a pen where they undercut the soil, removed the soil, replaced with clean soil, and they found it a couple years later in the same location.
Well, I think there's been various ways to try to eradicate it from a site like that, but generally it's persistent.
I guess the way I'm thinking about it, and it's probably wrong, is maybe it was in the soil or whatever, but I'm thinking maybe it was on the wood or the pen itself. If that's the case, you're saying it still can't transfer from antler to antler? Or like
Yes, it potentially could transfer from soil contact, that kind of stuff, right? But it's primarily deer to deer contact.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, deer to deer contact is the way it moves. Yes.
Point out maybe antler, I don't know. Well, I know we're cutting back on urine sales or all kind, this might be something to look into, maybe the antler sales too, but don't want to hurt anyone's pocketbook, but might be something to look into.
Any other questions? Okay. Brad, you got anything else to add?
Yes, sir. For a break.
And for a break, we're adjourned.
15
minutes early.
You did a good job. We'll start the at 25th. Start the committee of the whole.
You're right. Landon, you're always right.
Okey doke.
All right. Call the committee of the whole meeting to order at this time. This electronic meeting is being streamed live for the public to attend and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. And at this time, I would call on Margot Minkler for a roll call of the committee of the whole.
Monty Crump,
Present.
Tommy Fonville,
Here.
David Hoyle, John Coley, Wes Segers.
Here.
Mark Craig, Tom Barry,
Here.
Brad Standback,
Here.
Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Ray Clifton.
Here.
Kelly Davis. Steve Wyndham,
Here.
Landon Zimmer.
Here.
John Stone.
Here.
Hayden Rogers.
Here.
John Alexander. Tom Hayslip,
Here.
J.C. Cole, Mike Alford.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll move forward now with permanent rulemaking text, CWD rules, Brad Howard.
I think this is the last time you will have to listen to me today, Mr. Chairman. These are permanent, these are rules, these will both be voting exhibits tomorrow, Exhibit H1. These are proposed permanent chronic wasting disease rules. We're going to head, if you remember just two months ago, the last meeting or the meeting before that, we passed temporary rules. And since that time, the agency's bill has passed. We now have proclamation authority for the CWD rules. And so these are the two permanent CWD rules that we need to put in place. This is first 10B0501, basically creates the definitions of the terms in the CWD rules. And then 0503 talks about the specific activities that are prohibited in their surveillance areas. And so from here on out, the counties that are included in surveillance areas, as we potentially find new positives, et cetera, the rules for mandatory testing period, all of those can actually be put into effect by proclamation from the director. So we will not have to go through all these different versions of rulemaking if we find another positive in a new place. These are the only two permanent rules that we'll need. And these will be a voting exhibit tomorrow. This is a fiscal note, and I'm simply just going to rip through this because there's somewhere in here that shows the rules that we're not going to do. That one, see that we won't, the temporary rule will stay in place through this fall. So these counties will be identified and ruled through this fall. These are the surveillance area counties. But next year, the director will issue a proclamation for what counties will be the surveillance area. And this is the same thing. These are the temporary rule will stay in place for these. But we'll be able to do all that by rule. And that's it. That's all I have on the CWD rules.
Are there any questions on CWD rules? What's the presentation? Thank you, Brad. Next, we'll move on to permanent rulemaking adoption. Melva Bonner.
Is this yours? Is this yours? This the next one?
Yeah, that's Mel's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. The first rulemaking item on the agenda today is the permanent adoption of Rule 10B-0113, Big Game Harvest Reports, Exhibits F1 and F2. The proposed amendments to this rule are necessary to expand the recording and reporting options to include new technology the Commission implemented as part of the transition to our third-party licensed vendor. The new technology will allow hunters to validate and to register their big game harvest through the new WRC mobile app. The proposed amendment was noticed in the North Carolina Register on April 3rd, 2023, and the public hearing was held on May 16th, 2023. We received 3 public responses in support of the proposed amendment. These responses can be found here on Exhibit F1. The proposed amendment rule text can be found in Exhibit F2. Staff will be recommending permanent adoption of the proposed amendment at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? The second and final rulemaking item on the agenda today is for the permanent adoption of rules in the 10F0100 motor boat registration section, exhibits G1 and G2, which includes 10F0102, application for certificate of vessel number, 10F0104, certificate of number, 10F0109, temporary certificate of number. The proposed amendments to these rules are necessary to match the United States Coast Guard vessel data collection points. and the certificate of number terminology. The proposed amendments were noticed in the North Carolina Register on April 3rd, 2023, and the public hearing was held on May 16th, 2023. We received 2 public responses in support of each of the proposed rule amendments. These responses can be found in Exhibit G1. The proposed amendment rule text can be found in Exhibit G2. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these proposed amendments in tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes the rulemaking presentation.
Thank you very much. This time we'll move forward, water safety, permanent rulemaking adoptions. And Betsy, I'll let you just start and go through the next 3 without a break. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Today we have for your consideration, first of all, permanent rulemaking adoption for 2 water safety rules that you all heard earlier this year for the notice of text. The first one is in Dare County, 15A NCAC 10F.0310. And this is for the request from the National Park Service for the waters of Mott's Creek at Oregon Inlet, at the Oregon Inlet United States Coast Guard Station, Oregon Inlet Fishing Center and Marina, Oregon Inlet Public Boat Ramp and Kayak Launch Area, and amendments to incorporate into the North Carolina Administrative Code the names and addresses of boating access areas in Dare County. And all of this was published in the North Carolina Register with an open comment period and 1 public hearing per the Administrative Procedure Act. You can see in Exhibit I-1 that there were no comments received during the open comment period for Dare County. So tomorrow, staff will seek your adoption of these proposed rule amendments, subject to a final review by the NC Rules Review Commission. The earliest effective date of the rule will be September 1, 2023, and you can find the rule text within Exhibit I-2. Next, we have Exhibit J1 and J2. Exhibit J1 is a summary of public comments for the proposed amendments to 15A NCAC 10F.0374. This is for Cube Hydro Carolinas, safety zones and restricted areas. During the open comment period, there were no comments received from the public. The notice of text for this rule would be to change the name of Cube Yadkin Generation to Cube Hydro Carolinas and to establish safety zones and restricted areas at High Rock Hydroelectric Station, Tuckertown Hydroelectric Station, Narrows Hydroelectric Station, and Falls Hydroelectric Station, all along the Yadkin River chain in Rowan, Davidson, Stanley, and Montgomery counties. Also to prohibit swimming in the restricted areas and to prohibit discharge of a firearm within a restricted area. Published in the North Carolina Register with open comment period and the public hearing per the Administrative Procedure Act. As I mentioned, the public hearing virtually was held on May 11th, 2023. No comments were received. The text of this rule can be found in Exhibit J2, and tomorrow staff will recommend your adoption of the rule. Next is Exhibit K2. At first, I'll say Exhibit K1. This is a temporary rule for Brunswick County in the town of Sunset Beach. You'll recall that we brought you a temporary rule last year for a dredging project, the shallow draft navigation project for the town of Sunset Beach, which is in a portion of South Jenks Creek, and it includes dredging to increase the depth of the navigation channels along there. As you can see, there'll be dredging in the Bay area down there at the extreme southern end and in the feeder channel along here. But because there's a moratorium in place on dredging between April 1 and November 1, it's necessary to replace the temporary rule with another temporary rule to allow this dredging to take place safely. A virtual public hearing was held on May 23rd, 2023. There was one comment received in support of this project. And it was published in the on the OAH website per the requirements of the North Carolina Administrative Procedure Act. So staff will seek your adoption of the temporary rule amendment for South Jenks Creek in the town of Sunset Beach, which will be subject to the review by the North Carolina Rules Review Commission, and the earliest effective date of the temporary rule will be August 15th, 2023. And you can find this rule text in Exhibit K2. And Mr. Chairman, you did want me to do Exhibit L too?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Moving on finally to Exhibit L. This is a request by the Lake Wiley Marine Commission on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas LLC for an amendment that will create a restricted area where vessel entry is prohibited. And may we see the map of that? Thank you. And this will be north of a line in the small cove outlined in red. And this is in Belmont and Gaston County. At the same time, staff also requests that the commission approve codifying into the NCAC the South Point Access Area No Wake Zone that is already in existence, as you can see in the light blue, and placing this into the North Carolina Administrative Code. Agency enforcement completed a boater safety assessment matrix for waters of the cove where that swim beach is located, and that can be found in attachment A in your package. South Point is the largest boating access area on Lake Wiley in North Carolina. Vessel traffic is heavy at this location. The area within 50 yards of the boat ramps is a no wake zone already. However, there have been multiple citations and warnings issued to vessel operators in violations of the no wake zone and for boating while impaired. It apparently is a large partying area. And I heard from enforcement that in the Red Cove area, a lot of boats stage there and party, which of course is going to endanger anybody who's trying to swim there at the same time. So the restricted area in the cove will prevent vessels from entering that red area and will create a safer environment for swimmers. Duke Energy Carolinas LLC is responsible for the placement and the maintenance of all of the markers pertaining to the restricted area. And the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission is responsible for placement and maintenance of the no-wake buoys that are located within 50 yards of the boat ramps. So tomorrow we will recommend that you approve publishing notice of text in the North Carolina Register for an adoption of this amendment to 10F0333 with an open comment period and one public hearing per the requirements of the APA. And upon the close of the open comment period, you will then consider adoption of the amendments for the restricted areas and for the no wake zone. And the text of this rule can be found in Exhibit L. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Betsy? Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
We'll now move forward the 24-25 administrative rule proposals. Colonel Meyer is excused today for a funeral he needed to attend, and Kyle Briggs is going to make this presentation. Kyle, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We do have a few administrative rules that are in our 10A section of the NCAC. For change, this is part of the periodic review. So the first rule and the third rule are really just periodic review changes. The first one we're striking is a duplicate language from legislation, so we don't need those. And then the third is just updating reward eligibility and rule language for clarity. The second one's really the one that has a significant change. Right now, only current Class 1 and Class 2 misdemeanors are open or available for rewards for the wild tip program for poacher turn-in. And so we're looking to add additional so we can capture fishery citations or issues so that we can get those and pay those out. And that's it for the rules for 10A. If there are any questions, we have to take them.
Any questions? Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear a presentation and discussion on endowment fund investments. Jason Cottle, our CFO. I know what precipitated this. We had some discussions at the last meeting about different investment options that were available. And we ready to have that discussion now, Jason.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. as we said, what I wanted to talk about today was to shine some light on our endowment fund. And I know each month you guys are presented with the fund balance, the asset allocation, and everyone's accustomed by now to hearing about the equity index fund and the bond index fund. But in addition to those two, there's a third investment vehicle that we've got access to that perhaps is underutilized. So we wanted to talk about what that is and what benefits it offers. What we're referring to is the STIF, or short-term investment fund, excuse me. This is the default investment option for state agencies, unless or until they choose to opt in to either the equity or bond index fund. Unlike the bond and equity funds managed by BlackRock, this is managed by the Department of State Treasurer. It's comparable to an interest-bearing checking account. And by that, what attracts us to the STIF is not necessarily its potential for return, but its consistency, its liquidity, and its ability to withstand some market volatility. On average, the STIF makes up anywhere from 2 to 5% of our total endowment fund. I think currently we've got just around 7 million sitting there out of a total of 160 or so million. We currently utilize it as a holding tank, if you will. As we collect revenue from the sales of these lifetime licenses, it's deposited into the STIF account and it sits there and accumulates, and then periodically we'll clear it out and reinvest from there into the equity fund. The problem in doing so, or potential problem, if we don't have that liquid cash accessible and we need to access endowment funds for a renovation or for whatever project, we're having to realize a gain or potentially a loss to get at those funds. By keeping some powder dry, if you will, in the STIF, we can access those funds without having to trigger a realized gain or a loss. And just as importantly, we can access those funds at any time throughout the course of a month. With the bond and equity funds, we have a very limited window where we can move either funds to or from those accounts. So again, it's not necessarily the potential for returns that excites us as much as it is the liquidity and the access to the cash. And what I've got here is a comparison of returns for both the short-term investment fund and the bond index fund from 2017 to present. If we zoom out, we can see that the cumulative returns over that sample data period are not drastically different, about 8% in the STIF, about 9% in the bond. However, if we look at those returns as a year-over-year comparison, there's some pretty drastic swings. And if we look at last year, for example, our holdings in the bond index fund dropped by almost 14%, or about 13.5%. Had we kept that same balance invested in the short-term investment fund, we have gained about 1%. Obviously there's no way to know or anticipate what one particular holding is going to do over another from 1 year to the next. But I think there could potentially be some benefit to putting some of the funds that we've historically invested into bonds to keep those in the short-term fund where they're a little bit more accessible. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them. Yes,
How
sir.
often does a need arise to draw from those funds?
Probably every other month or so. And what we try to do historically is keep enough in that STIF so that if we need to access some, we're not having to tap into either equities or bonds.
Right.
But there may come a point, sets of renovation be a great example, where we need to access more if it is there at a moment.
So even if I don't recall that we've ever had to draw down $7 million quickly for anything, but with sets are coming online, some of these other capital projects, there might be a need to have to draw to bridge some other financial
They're absolutely good.
requirements on down the line. Yeah, I got you. Okay, that makes sense.
And to your point, Commissioner, we got Samarkand coming up, which is a $10 million project.
Those two right
That,
there.
that is out, out of construction now.
And I can see where there'd be a need to bridge some financing there. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I'd just say I'd be much more comfortable having a larger percentage of our interest-bearing funds in the short-term fund rather than bonds.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from the liquidity issue, there's less risk of principal loss if interest rates continue to go up. I think current short-term interest rates are reasonable now. A few years ago, they were close to zero, but getting a real return in that short-term fund now. I'd say put more of our bond money into that one. Thank you. How much more we can discuss.
Landon, you got a comment?
Yeah,
Chair of Finance.
I would echo what Brad said, but also just looking at the just kind of interesting, if you put in there I just did quick and dirty math for the equity index fund would have been up 80% since then. So just shows you kind of, yeah, I think as Brad said, for liquidity purposes, I'm much more comfortable with everything leaving the bond index fund for every purpose.
So what's the maximum we can put into the?
There is no maximum. We can choose to allocate between those three funds at our discretion.
Do you have a recommendation?
I don't know that I do.
I don't know if we have the current balances of those three funds now. Do you have those numbers available?
I'll present those tomorrow.
Okay.
Can I make a recommendation here? Jason, could I direct you to get with the Finance Committee, Chair and Vice Chair?
Yes.
You guys work out something, a proposal, take a look at what you're asking for and bring back a recommendation. We're meeting again in about 30 days and bring back a recommendation at the August meeting. Is that amenable to everyone? Because we really don't have enough. I think we understand what the situation is, like Commissioner Ruffin pointed out, and all valid points. But I think I would suggest that you get with the Chair of the Finance and the Vice Chair and come back with a recommendation at the August meeting.
Yes, sir.
Is that satisfactory to the commission?
Yeah.
Okay, you got charged then, Jason.
All right. Yes, sir. Anything else? Thank y'all.
Okay, now we'll have a presentation of Go Outdoors North Carolina transition update from Brian Daniels and Bobby Drum, one or both.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Commissioners. In the early morning hours of July 1st, WRC, in coordination with our partners, Brandt, launched the new Go Outdoors North Carolina platform. This was an enormous challenge for staff, as we had to find a way to fit 18 years of customization that had been built into Alvin into Brandt's shell product in 11 months. And that was a difficult and challenging time, but I feel like staff in the group we had working together all came together very well and did a fantastic job of making this happen on July 1st. So as of July 1st, some things that we now can offer to the public are digital licensing, online customer account access, the mobile app, which is awesome, auto renew features for license and vessel, durable hard card options for license and vessel, an inclusive event management system, and the law enforcement. So a little bit of statistics to show you how, well, what I think is kind of impressive. In the first 10 days of operation, we have sold, we've had over $2.1 million in sales. 68,000 licenses and permits have been either sold or issued. Now this includes big game harvest report cards and permit hunt applications. 7,000 vessels have been registered. 5,400 hard cards have been sold. We have enrolled over 5,000 people into the auto renew program. And then one of the most impressive things is with the roundup, we have collected $8,500 to the diversity fund from 2,657 people. And that's just in the first 10 days.
Phenomenal.
So the system launch was successful, but it did not come without its hiccups, roadblocks, issues. Staff is working diligently and quickly with Brandt to try to resolve any problems that are ongoing in the system. It's a lot of late night for folks, but we're working hard to get it done as fast as we can. We have worked with vendor Brandt to increase, to find ways to lessen the wait time for the call center. The call center has been hit pretty hard because this is a new system for folks, including agents and just everyday customers that want to buy a license. And they have already made some changes to their call flows to help agents and to reduce wait times. And they continue to think of more things to do and plan to implement more changes as we move forward. Lisa Hokut's team has developed a phased-in communication approach where we plan to slowly but surely during this month send emails with tutorial videos and instructions for staff on how, not staff, but to customers on how they can apply for permit hunts or for lifetime license holders, how they can get their big game harvest report card. So those should be rolling out hopefully by the end of this week, if not the beginning of next week. So otherwise, I'm going to turn this over to Bobby and let him speak some.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. I think Brian hit most of the main points. One of the things I wanted to focus on was just thanking the staff, across all divisions for their partnership, for their collaboration. It was just, when we got into this project, me and Brian started off as, just part of the team. I started off as a database manager. He started off just part of the CSS leadership. And somewhere along the way, I became an IT director. He became a project manager. But it took an entire team for us to get this to the finish line, for us to launch on July 1st. So I just want to say, I consider it phase one. We're close to the goal line, but there are other things that we're still going to do. So in phase two, we still have IVR, big game reporting that's coming up. We still have the law enforcement mobile app for Apple users. I think Brian hit the auto renewal stuff, which I think is big. That's a new feature that we didn't have in Alvin. And one other thing that we're doing is we always had a connection from our homegrown PAWS system to Alvin. So we still have to connect PAWS to now the Go Outdoor system. So I consider that also phase two. So we thank you for having us, and any questions for us?
This time I'd like to recognize Cam Ingram for some comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Bobby hit on it a little bit, but let me say some thank yous here, which I usually do tomorrow in my closing comments, but it's timely now. And I'd like to thank this board here. There's members on this board that was with us when we decided to make this transition, which is really historic transition. And this was extremely stressful for the agency, and y'all's support has just been solid. And thank y'all for that. But to the staff, they're really not describing what it's a 7-day. It's still 7 days. I received an email last night at like 12:45 from Lisa Hokut during commission week. But Brian and Bobby have been key here for us. And like Brian described, as he took on a new role and Brian, took on this project lead, it has been 7 days a week. And with their leadership, this has been a success. And moreover, for our staff that Bobby mentioned that are downstairs working right now and across this organization working right now as we speak, because it's difficult to do this and there's so many details and it's so complex. But us as users, me as a user of this system and the chairman's support of this mobile app and our law enforcement, this is incredibly important and simplifies things so much as we go to other states and we see their systems. But this third-party vendor that we chose, being Brandt, they know what they're doing. And they came to me last week and sat me down and they returned that and said, look, we've got the most incredible staff in the nation of people that we work with. And that's what has been key to the success of the rollout of this project. So staff, thank you for everything that you've done here. I know we still got a lot of tough roads. For our agents out there that are listening, thank you for your patience. As we go into hunting season, we know that we've got some challenges, but man, we're in front of it. We're educating the public. We're getting things out there on a timely fashion. So thank you for everything you're doing. And on your desk here is some things that we've left you that are lifetime license holders that are beginning. We've got new stickers
that they're gonna be getting as part of this package. We're gonna sell these things on our Wild store among, with a lot of other product with our diamond that we're very proud of. And also, we mentioned the hard cards. We've got the hard cards. We're super excited about these hard cards. As you can tell, they're selling like hotcakes. And when hunt season comes in, they've got options. I think these things are gonna take off. So again, thank y'all for everything y'all have done. Thank y'all for your support.
I don't really have anything to add to that, Cam. You sewed it up. It's just, everybody did a great job. Before we go to the election, we'll have, at your desk, you got knives, opportunity to order knives there. You can go online and the knives will be, engraved with the wildlife diamond. You can order however many knives, whatever you want to. Part of the money goes to support the torch run. But we found out yesterday, a lot of commissioners did not get the opportunity to buy knives when they were first doing it, but it is still open. And please feel free to go in and order the knives that you want and the number of them that you want. So, anything I need to add to that?
That's just it's a law enforcement thing, as the chairman said, but that's a Benchmade knife. That's basically Benchmade is working with us and selling us that knife at half price to support this fundraiser for special Olympics.
What was that, Mel?
We're taking photos tomorrow.
Taking photos tomorrow. Of what?
I'll get to that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like about it in the meeting.
Okay, the statutes require the Wildlife Commission to elect chairman, and vice chairman, July of every 2 years. Traditionally, we have had nominations the afternoon at the Cal prior to formalizing the election, the following day at the business meeting. And we normally open it for not take nominations for chair first. For vice chair first, chair second. And a nomination does not require a second. So at this time, I would open the floor for nominations for vice chair.
Mark Craig.
Mark Craig. You have a nomination for Mark Craig from Commissioner Wyndham.
Tommy Fonville.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I've had a chance to have this conversation with several commissioners, but not all of you. Anyway, I want us to have in those two positions the very best people that we can possibly have. And I have determined that I'm not one of them. Primarily due to age and age-related issues such as hearing, speech, energy, memory, so on and so forth. So at this point, having said all that, I'd like to withdraw my name. Should have said that
That's
first.
the worst campaign speech I've ever.
Mr. Fonville, you can't withdraw it, only I can withdraw it.
But anyway, so that hadn't been said. So was that a nomination for the chairman?
Vice chair, and you can do nominations for
Keeping
chair.
your same job.
No, that,
That's
I don't
for
think I
vice chair.
say, I'd like to withdraw my name from either office, John. Thank you so much for that. Anyway, so.
I withdraw my nomination, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? I hear a nomination be closed.
Yes.
All those in favor of closing nomination, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Nominations closed. Take nominations now for chair now. Tom.
I'd like to nominate Lonnie Blunt to remain chairman for the next 2 years.
Second.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Draw my name.
And we appreciate it.
I second that.
Are there any other nominations for chair? I entertain a motion to close the
So
nomination.
moved.
Second.
All those in favor of closing nominations for chair signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The nominations are closed. I do want to say Tommy's done a hell of he's selling himself short, but he's been a critical part of everything that you see at every meeting. We talk all the time. I've drug him up here for meetings. Is that, Cam, you shaking your head, right? Tommy has been. He's probably realized what's but in all seriousness, his advice, he listens, he's well thought of, staff certainly respects him. You know, his word carries a lot of weight. And he's been a heck of a big part of leadership of this commission, not only as vice chair, but before as a commissioner. And I'm proud to have served with you, Tommy, and I'm honored that you nominated me for chairman.
He's being overly kind, but he was awful easy to be second. Because most of the work was done. It's been a pleasure for me. It's just been a pleasure for me being a part of this board and a part of this group for the time that I have. You know, my whole experience, 100% of everybody I've had dealings with this agency, it's just year after year, issue after year, transaction after transaction, it's been nothing but positive. And I'm so proud of North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission and what it means to the state of North Carolina that I've been able to be a part of it. So thank you. I'm looking forward to continuing to be.
Thank you, Tommy. I know you've got some comments,
I do.
but the only thing I have, we have reservations tonight at 6:30 at 42nd Street Oyster Bar. So we'll meet in the lot. How many want to go? I've got reservations for 15. So looks like we're gonna have close enough to get that done. And we'll meet like we normally do at 6 o'clock or somewhere in that neighborhood in the lobby. And that's all I have. Cam, what you got to finish
Just
up
a
with?
couple comments. Now we hit on a little bit, but they'll be, no, that's probably, no problem. There's gonna be, our photographer's gonna be circulating in the room tomorrow, taking some pictures that we're gonna be using on the website. If you want to wave at her, you can wave at her, but just pretend she's not here if you will. So just pay him no mind. He'll be, like I said, he works for us. He's our photographer. So that's who's taking pictures tomorrow that we'll be using on our website. Also we're really excited that we've got a new employee here. Anna Gurney is with us. She is a new employee that is our public relations manager, and you'll be seeing our public releases that we do and public information that y'all will be getting. Anna's going to be sending those out. If you remember, Mindy Warden was here before and she moved on in the private sector, and we're really excited to have Anna. A little bit about Anna, that where she's been in the private sector for the past 3 years, but prior to that, she led internal and external communications in the biotech industry and had environmental experience, including a Florida marine mammal rescue and rehab facility, and is a former news anchor and meteorologist. And I did, and let me back up. I'm sorry for making an error. She had been with DEQ, so he's over here from DEQ.
Oh, my God.
That's good.
We hope you can forget everything you learned over there.
But we have tendency of getting the best from other state agencies, and that's what exactly we did right here. So thank you, Anna, for being with us, and we're excited for where you carry us. So, yep, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Committee meeting day adjourned. Thank you all. See you in the morning, 9 o'clock.